Let me do my usual setup. Tell the Discord that I am live early today because I'm crazy. Honestly, I just I'm bored. Need something to do. Okay, we got this going. Hey Owen, how's it going? Got me on a day where I'm streaming super early. The most early. Well, early for me anyway. Oh. I've been hide at twice. Nice, nice. My audio is working right? Hopefully? Yep, okay. Just double checking. Yeah, decent enough. Did my work early today and I was like, I'm bored, I need something to do. Normally I'd start streaming about 2.5 hours from now, but Oof. Now I'm listening to random tracks that I got from a Humble Bundle to see which ones could go in the game and which ones are not great. Yes. This one is interesting to say the least. I don't think it's going to fit in my game. I actually had some good ideas on how I want to do AI or how I want to change my current AI system, so I was like, well, I'm going to sit there and mess with it anyway, whether or not I'm streaming, so I guess I should just be live while doing it, because why not? Lower bass sound, but the music that's playing or the microphone, what's up there? Oh, fair. Seems like it's playing a little louder than normal. All these tracks are so all over the place on their level of volume. Yeah, I don't think this is making the cut to the game. It's a pirate thingy. And it would be pretty funny because the second area of the game actually has like little pirates, so it would be kind of funny, but I'll do that to get the audio more normalized. But you know, it's literally you like, you know, fighting in like a small pool type thing, so like little toy ships, so it would be pretty funny to have, you know, epic pirate music and yet you're still piloting like a stupid little ship around. Or battling little ships. But that's like, it's super far in. It's like, I'm not even working on that yet. So I have all these areas down here. But they're like in the second chapter, and I'm just not on that yet. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to aim for that whole Ant-Man type of feel, you know, like I think the first movie was a pretty good example where, you know, they're doing battle on that train and it's all epic and then they zoom out and it's just a little stupid train on a toy track. Yeah, like that kind of thing. where it seems epic, but then you realize they're these tiny little toys fighting each other. So when I get to these areas, when I have like all these, you know, pools and everything with like stuff underneath like that, then I'll be worried more about that. These are my concept areas for the next thing, with the only one with actual water in the first area being this one. I don't actually have little toy boats for this one. I considered it, but did I consider it for this room? I know I considered it for the other rooms, but did I consider it for this room? Because today I was going to work on enemies. And there's a good portion of this room where you're mostly platforming. I don't know if I want to introduce combat here, though. Like, I could have combat in this area. But an enemy that in this area has to be immune to the water. But you don't have a ranged weapon at this point, so without a ranged weapon, I don't know if it'd be fair to introduce combat with against, you know, ships with like ranged things, since you'd be stuck bouncing around on these. Yeah. I mean, I have enemies up in these other areas, which reminds me to put enemies back in these areas because I redid how this room was set up, but I mean, I have enemies up in these areas. Sure. Is that the right game mode? I do. But the problem is, at this point in the game, you have exactly one way you could actually attack for the most part. Because you're I think 6 rooms into the game at this point, and you've picked up a couple abilities by this point, but no, none of the major weapons, so the only one you would have would be the Fool itself, until basically a couple rooms from now is when you get the next weapon. So about 8 rooms in is when you get the next weapon. And the problem is none of them are ranged. So without a ranged weapon, like, how would you fight stuff down in the water area, right? Like, what would you do? Like up here, it makes sense. Once you get down here, what would you even do? Like, you know, all you would have is this weapon. Because from this point on, you're supposed to... Well, there is going to be weapons that have range to them, but the second chapter is when you get introduced to that, and that's why I was going to introduce pirate battles. Because in this area, you're supposed to jump from plant to plant to get out. I could just miss the jump entirely too, but it's a bit laggy. I'm here to make my own game look hard. But I do have a ranged weapon set up. Well, you're not getting it yet. God, no, you're not getting it yet. My weapon is horribly balanced. Plus, I already gave away so many things early on. I don't know if I wanted to have it, but yeah, I should be able to make this simple jump. If I can't make this simple jump, I should rethink this jump. Your plan here was to use the Empress to grow and shrink plants in order to get through it. Normally you die if you hit the water, but because I have the Emperor enabled, I wouldn't die. But the Emperor's not even in this area, so it shouldn't be even on me. But you see, if there's boats going around, how are you even supposed to fight them, right? Like, you would just be jumping these and being shot at, which would be, I guess, fine? It would make this area incredibly hard. Because you're both expected to go through here and do these ones. But with only the Fool. Just be parkour? So that's what it has been so far, and I think it's just probably the right call for here, because it won't be until the next area that you get their first ranged weapon. Which will obviously be a necessity if I make this like the regular gameplay of those areas. Because, I mean... yeah. That's been kind of my theory on it, like, that the pirates should get introduced in the next area. Because I already make water an instant death, so, you know. You're already going to have a bit of a hard time to start with, you know. It's the first area where instant death is actually on the table. Sure, you respawn, but you'll have to do it again. So... yeah, just imagining doing this otherwise would be pretty challenging, I don't know. Even in my testing, I died in this room quite a few times. That's just because the lag changes depending upon if I'm streaming this or just it's a packaged game or not, so it keeps changing on how hard I have to hit the button for the jumps. But I mean... I need to test this jump anyway, I haven't actually tested this jump. Or if I did, it was a long time ago. I didn't think it'd be that hard of a jump, but there is actually a ranged weapon to get later. I have everything enabled just to do this. It's a little bubble wand. Is there a light around here anywhere? Right here? One right there. But it bubbles them. It's not even remotely balanced. Oh no, these are voodoo dolls. That are pretty predominant in the, well, throughout the game there's lots of voodoo dolls running around. They have like no defense against this thing, so it's pretty overpowered. There should be a light right here. Yep. I need to put a better light down here. This would be where the entrance to the second area is. Oh, actually, you know what? I could hide the chat real fast, and you could see better what's going on. 1 second. You hide the chat. I keep forgetting that's there. People wanted me to change the aspect there, so you can't see the whole screen most of the time I'm messing with it, but... yeah, the bubble's supposed to be completely random, but I haven't adjusted this weapon yet. This is not a production-ready weapon. Also, that guy's just dragging on the ground. But it has the best hat. It's just such a funny little hat. I put the card on, see people in the card we're talking about. But it's pretty overpowered for this area. It occurs to me... the music is for this actual area here. Later on you'll get this weapon. It's not a ranged weapon though. Basically it's Bomberman. Like you put out these weapons, these explosives that count to 10 and then afterwards anyone nearby blows into bits. Yeah. The fleshy thing's awesome. It's supposed to be the Hanged Man, so that's why it bubbles him and leaves him sitting there. And I figured since it's bubbling things, it could have a funny little hat like that. I give hats everything like that. This is the Empress. It's all about plants. Why she has a mushroom hat on. And a weird little wand that will probably get a bit of an update. This one also has a healing option, where you put healing mushrooms out, they count to 10, and then anyone nearby gets healed, including, you know, bosses and things, so... It's very good against enemies that chase after you, and completely terrible against enemies that run away. So... but obviously it would be horrible against enemies in the water at a distance because you wouldn't be able to do anything useful with it. These enemies have a bug that needs to be fixed, I can already tell. But yeah, eventually they will go away after a time if you take too long. But oftentimes the enemies blow themselves to bits anyway, so you don't gotta worry too much about it. Yeah, see they shrink back down. Apparently it goes the other direction now. That's weird. Fair enough. These ones are static abilities. Have you seen all the abilities in the game yet? I can't remember who I've shown them to and who I haven't. The ones that I currently have. Because I will show off abilities. Even if they're not ones that are going to be in the demo or even the first chapter. Such as eventually there's going to be a chariot, which will be like a little blimp, but it is super not production ready at all right now. It's just me having a little ship to... Okay. Yeah, the chariot's going to be like a flying machine of some sort. It'll be like way late game, which is why I just made a concept thingy and it fires little cannonballs. But it is fun to fly it through things and like pipes and stuff. I'm just saying. Let's go do 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 do. I do plan on having little airship battles later against flying enemies, but you can go in the pipes like, woo, going in the pipes. Weirdly, flying through pipes is fun. Unfortunately, like, it still has a lot of issues. It's not really... I'm probably not going to keep this particular airship. Oh, those finally spawned. You can see the ghost girl who haunts the place. She'll try to yank you into the smoke. You'll see her periodically. Sometimes she'll come out of the smoke and chase you, but not in this room. This room, it's mostly just she'll try to grab you. If she grabs you, it forces a respawn, so, you know. Helpful landmines. They talk. Don't question it. She's really hard to see very well in this. Oh, a little closer there. As you can see, she just instant kills you. Let me just show you her. I guess in this other room she chases after you, which might be more interesting to see. She mostly crawls after you. She's not particularly fast. As you're playing a game with her, there's little safe spots you can jump into, and she won't attack you if she's in the if you're in them. It does need a lot of work. This is beyond the demo, so everything that's beyond where the demo ends is definitely could use some work. I mean, it's playable, but there's playable and then there's actually good. And it's on a timer. It's a little random, but not incredibly random. She'll pop out of the smoke, come after you, and trip out evidently, and just instant kills you if you get caught. I haven't put a jump scare in or anything of the sort, but it's like a maze you run through and she chases after you at various points. Yeah. So here's what's really done in the game. Like, largely the first floor is pretty done. No cutscenes, no story have been entered. But, and part of the second floor, I would like to point out that there are in fact 5 floors above thing there, and approximately 2 below. So a lot of things, I made all these systems and a lot of the game design choices and everything like that, but there's a lot of content to design, you know, from here to there. So I probably have like a floor and a half done. And some of that content could be probably improved. It's possible that as the game goes along, I might actually knock a floor off because of the fact that it just is, it might prove too high of a scope. I could see that happening. Maybe not though, but it's such a big game that, yeah, I don't know. takes about an hour and a half to beat the first chapter, which is all the content it currently have. And it's roughly one floor. A Metroidvania is a platformer where they lock off areas, intending for you to return later in order to get into them, and you need an ability in order to get there. So a prime example of a Metroidvania is me saying, okay, well, cool. In this room here, there is a whole pathway over here that you cannot get through until you have the right ability to get there. So it's here, you'll pass by it, but you don't have the ability to do anything with it, so it's completely useless to you until you do have that ability. And the whole game is like that, where you basically go backtracking through the map at various points in order to get things, because you now have a new ability that lets you go a way you couldn't have gone before. So you see over here, they have all these, and you could jump onto them. Cool, but you never make that jump to the next one. But if you have the Empress, suddenly you can get over there, because now there can be grown and they create a platform here. But without this, you would never be able to get through here. And that's kind of how Metroidvanias are designed. It's like, okay, well, you don't have an ability, so you can't go that way. But if you do have an ability, I mean, there's this whole other area you can get to. The mushrooms act as a light, which is over there. So having that ability now means I can get over this stuff here and get onto this pipe, which then lets me go up here and... And see, because I have that ability, now I can get all the way up here and get this stuff, so... Or as another prime example, normally, the water would kill you. Which is terrible, you know? So when you first get to this room here, jumping in the water would be like the end of you. But under the water is an entire area that you can go do stuff. It's just that, you know, you'll have to come back with the ability to actually go there. And I'll show you what I mean. Some of the earliest examples you'll see is just a jump that's too high and them giving you double jump. And see, now, once you have the ability to go underwater safely, there's like a whole world down here you could go explore. But when you first get to this room, you won't even go down here because you'll die. Granted, this area, this is conceptual. I haven't really put anything in this area yet, so don't get too excited. This is much farther into the game, but you get an idea. Oh, nice. Glad to hear it. I also have the Sun Tarot, which creates a floating sun that protects you for a period of time anyway, so you can go into the darkness for longer. Which would then let you travel through areas that you wouldn't normally be able to do. It's going to get a better looking thing for it. Right now it's just a floating card for a concept, but you know, when you get to areas that are super dark, suddenly it's like, well, what? There's no lights around. Nothing to turn on, nothing to protect you. So I'll give you access to the Sun Tarot, and you can go, okay, well, I have that, and it lasts for a little while. Or like, I have the Moon Tarot card, which opens up doorways. It makes things that are illusionary real, and things that are real illusionary is its effect. But it's specific things. It's like not everything it does it, so... I'm not even sure if I have examples of the moon doors in here at the moment. Maybe I do. I think I put a couple of them in. So like, you know, up in this pipe thing here. Takes a moment to load everything. Oh, I'm inside the thing. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. If the moon's activated, you can run through these doors. But if it's not... It's all things throughout the game where you can, you know... go into and out of areas. And this is like, you have to go way back in the game in order to get this. Like, this is Like, you'll get the moon thing probably chapters from now and have to remember to return here if you want something from this area. Other abilities such as, you know, the Hierophant. Yeah, like all the abilities in the game are largely things that give you the ability to get somewhere new that you couldn't have gotten to before, and that's how Metroidvania is designed. Yeah. You'll find a lot of mechanics in the game are pretty much designed around like the bubble one thing's eventually going to bubble enemies so you can jump on the bubble and go places. But in the Hierophant room here, like, I have double jump enabled. You wouldn't normally have double jump, but that's another ability that, you know, you can now reach higher areas than you would normally be able to. I just have every tarot enabled that I currently have something programmed for. So, just so I could test things. Admittedly, double jump is probably a terrible one to have enabled because it's the same button as the parkour. So, the Hierophant, this is a fun one here. You have all these things that are just like possessed objects, right? And if you try to do anything with them, you'll notice they just kind of go weird and kind of clip through things, and they're pretty worthless. You can't do anything with them. You can bump into them if you want. But if the Hierophant's active, they return to where they're supposed to be, and they'll behave as long as the Hierophant's active, thus creating platforms to get places. And over that time, your curse is running out, so, you know, if you stay in the darkness, your curse runs out slower because you gain some back, but if you go to the light, then your curse just burns through completely. So a lot of the game you have to balance your sanity and, you know, curse powers for how long you can do things. It's much less laggy when I'm not streaming and the game's actually packaged, but when I'm running Unreal Engine on top of it and streaming, it loses about 30 FPS. But much of the game is also restricted by where keys are, so you can open up doors. Yeah, this is the Hierophant. I spent a lot of time looking at what each of the little tarot cards represents, and I'm trying to make abilities based on them, and there's supposed to be 22 of them. I have concepts for almost all of them for what they're going to be, but I haven't programmed all of them yet. I've been mostly prioritizing earlier ones at this point. And I have pretty much all the ones figured out for the first chapter, and a pretty good idea for the second chapter. After that, well, not so much, but, you know, whatever. Creepy doll watching you. Oh, warning, positively do not open. There's always a lag spike right here. Or maybe not. It's weird. Normally there's always a lag spike right in that spot. I don't know why I double jumped there, but whatever. Yeah, you'll find keys, and then with the keys you can actually go and get into the new areas. In this case, the Magician is used to manipulate objects in the environment, such as I can pick up cubes, drop cubes, or pick up the cube and throw it in order to deal damage to targets. Sandy's running low. Oh yeah, I moved this box to here, didn't I? I have all the items collected, so I don't have to... I would normally find items in these boxes. They have these, like, clues on them to tell you where the key is, and they usually hide a really powerful item in them. Goodie boxes. But yeah, if you have the Magician, you can also open doors. If you have the key. All of you stay in there. Except you two. You two can follow me. I don't know why, but follow me anyway. And the Magician works, you know, for manipulating other stuff such as drawers, cupboards. And turn on lights. You know, basically it flips light switches, so if there's a light switch to flip, it can turn it on. You can also pick up some toys and carry them with you. And you'll see you'll get to these rooms and suddenly, you know, you end up mixing the things together, what you do to get stuff. I climb with that, and now in order to get up to this area, you'll have to have the Hierophant available as well. Then, of course, you'll need something to break this. The Fool works just fine. You can also break it with the Empress and explosives. Oh, getting through this hole is harder than I thought, apparently. I guess I lowered the shelf a bit. Uh-oh. Can I get through this hole? Apparently not. Well, I found a thing that needs to be fixed. It was really easy when this was the right height, but I think I lowered it for some dumb reason. And the problem with that... Hide this for a second. Is that it's very difficult to make a small jump. I actually need to put the little parkour stuff in there. Actually, you know, I'm going to do that real quick. I have an idea. 1 second. I remember encountering the same problem over here because the way the parkour is programmed, you can only grab the red stuff. That's also my symbol to show you where you can parkour and where you can't. So I have to put it places in order to let you parkour there. Then you also don't have to guess if you can parkour somewhere. It's just ready to go, you know? I'm going to change the lights real fast. To do this, I thought I was going to change the lights real fast. I apparently somehow didn't click the right thing. It's really hard to position stuff in the dark. Like things will be, you'll notice that it's like a little bit off there. I just couldn't see that in the dark. So I do this, and then you can easily just pull your way up, and it's not too bad. Obviously, I need to space it differently a bit, but... Yeah, you get kind of the idea of how Metroidvanias work. You know, you'll go back to a room later, and it's like, oh, I have this all new ability that lets me do something that I couldn't have done previously. So there's a great deal of exploration. It rewards you for exploring. Like, if you want to get things, you know... get to a new area, you gotta go explore, find where you need to go to get new areas, and in general, you know, remember to go back to places, or you will miss out. And then you will be sad. Probably. I hope this is close enough. There needs to be just enough ledge that she can grab it, but not so much that it sticks out. But yeah, you'll have, each of the tarot cards has like 3 different versions of it to pick up, so you'll pick up new abilities as you go along. They usually have like a free ability, and then, you know, a bunch of abilities that you have to pay for to use. Like it's free to swing the Fool around and hit things. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just let you go straight up. You don't have to do anything special. That's good. How about from this side? Can I get up here? Yep. Definitely a different game in the light. I believe the plan is actually to... I have a list of things I have to get done, but I was going to improve the enemies today and maybe add a couple more to the early portion of the game. I need to work on the first rooms because... well, let me test this real fast so I don't forget, and then I'll show you what I'm working on next. I'm trying to get the demo portion done soonest. It takes about 25 minutes to beat the demo, which is all the way up to the first, actually, I guess the first real boss, which would be Patrick. I just want to make certain I can reach this. Can I climb up? No, that does not work. She will not grab this ledge. It is not far enough out. So it'll be like 2.1, I believe, would get the job done, and I just move it over a smidge. There has to be just enough that she grabs it. Not so much that it sticks out and looks terrible. Did she grab it now? Hey, Gunslinger Girl. How's it going? I've temporarily hidden the chat so I was showing off the game. But right now I discovered a thing didn't work right, so I was testing to make certain it works right, because I made changes to the game and didn't test them, and when you do that, bad things happen. And now she can't get up this side, so it needs to be slightly longer. It doesn't got to be a lot longer, it just has to be slightly longer. This is part of the game animation sample for the parkour thing. So they programmed how the parkour works, like Epic themselves did. And I might adjust it some, but honestly, it works pretty well. Okay, so we aren't grabbing it yet anyway, huh? Okay, I guess it's gotta be a little longer. 3.2. How about now? Oh, thanks for swinging by, Owen. Hope to see you tomorrow. Sleep well, and yes. Yes. This game will have many new things by tomorrow, probably. Hopefully. I have no confirmation if this is a true statement I made, but it will have new things. Can you grab this ledge, lady? Why can't you grab this ledge? She still can't grab it, but she's had no problem grabbing the other side. Sure. I have better learn to make games in Ode or Odie. I decided I'll make a course that is in depth on how to create games. I mean, you know, cool. Courses do tend to sell pretty well. Much easier making your own engine, right? You make a course really quickly and shouldn't take too long. I don't know why this is not grabbing, but it seems like it needs to stick out way farther than I thought. It's a little weird. Just wanted this to be where you could easily get up here, but it might be too high up. I might need to raise the shelves a bit. Yeah, there you go. It's so much better. It's about being able to get the products to market as fast as possible. As I make a dream game that takes multiple years to do, so I know nothing about getting products to market quickly. I admit my failings. Oh, she got up on that side, that's helpful. A little weird. She does not want to get up on this side for some reason. I don't understand why. It sticks out super far. Okay, well... I grow tired of this strategy. Let's do this. Let's just do 12,000. Make it easy. And then 12,000 here. I could. I just wanted them to, you know, basically be able to lip to get onto there as opposed to some ridiculously high thing. I could also just put the things flush with it too, which might be what I do, and then you don't have to worry about grabbing it. So I might just get rid of the block entirely. In fact, that was originally how I had it. But moving the hole itself is significantly harder because it's already been made into a static mesh, so I would have to redo the whole wall. And I don't want to do that if I don't have to do that. I mean, I'll do it if I gotta. And I can just step up, so it shouldn't be a big deal. In fact, at that point, though, one could argue I don't even need this, so I should just get rid of it, right? And then you can just step onto it. And then there's no issue. Because the parkour thing doesn't do a whole lot. It's a little finicky in some areas. Like, you do want it in some areas, but... yeah, I made these with geometry brushes. So in order to adjust them... Oh, thanks. Normally it'd be in the dark, but since I'm just testing this... Yeah, see, now I can just run through it. That just seems better. I don't need the parkour block. It already accomplishes the task of what I need. So that's good. Because normally you'd be going through the dark and all that. Also, I have a hidden object that's just should probably be unhidden. What are these called? There's the one. Do I ever not believe in myself? All the time. Are you kidding? The level of imposter syndrome is huge. When I sat down to this, you think I knew how to do any of this crap? No. You think I even dreamed this big? No. But I really enjoy what I do. I have a lot of fun with it. But before like I started streaming this, especially on Twitch, where I just didn't have like anyone doing it, because I mean I streamed on YouTube for a little while periodically, just randomly, but I never really got a lot of views on it. But then people on Twitch were just like, hey, you know, telling me how, you know, cool this was, and I was like, really? But before that, I couldn't even get people to look at it. Yeah. They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life, and they're right. I mean, you know, it's just a lot of fun and something to do, and I'm super excited that people, you know, watching what I'm doing and are excited about what I'm doing, you know? Maybe I can inspire them to also do the same. Or be a cautionary tale if I don't do a very good job. Hey, you know, whatever. But yeah, exactly that. In fact, here I can let me show you like litany of failures that I've done, because you know I don't want you to think that I'm, you know, I didn't get here the hard way. Because remember, I started with RPG Maker, so I've got plenty of evidence of my failings. Because I have been streaming on YouTube for some time, so if you wish to look back and see where the game started at and how like the things that have changed along the way, all the way back to here, a year ago when I started streaming that, and you can see the early like the earliest form of this game. It still kind of blocks her. Where I was using paper ZD in order to do the character. Like this is 2D sprites. I had an outdoor world. This is kind of what we're working with at the moment. In fact, I think I actually ran through the whole thing I had, didn't I? An error that I'm having a problem with. I'll figure out what. Did I? I didn't have that much at this time. I made like a whole huge map. Random water on the ground and things. Oh yeah, I'm more than happy to. I improved the thing here, so now you can actually make these jumps and not hate your life, even though it's still not that incredibly easy. Yeah, but I mean, this was me trying to make that work. I would miss them periodically. The early enemies, which were also 2D. There's this really neat fencing stuff that actually follows a spline. I'll have to show you that. It's crazy what it can do. When I first learned about splines. That's okay, I don't care. So I mean, you could see that this was originally you were going to go inside of paintings, and they had like a whole world in there because the RPG Maker game did that. It went inside of paintings. I guess this doesn't actually reflect the lighting yet. I need to figure out how to make it do that. That's okay though. This was going to be like a Halloween themed map. Well, blood. Mostly and it's kind of weird at night, so I'll have to fix that. Probably some red lighting or something will do fine. Yeah, Poppet also has like had a ghost form, right? Because originally she could like turn into a ghost and go places, but I had to cut that out because the simple reality was I couldn't justify you not just flying through the walls. This was much more open, as you could see. It changed everything around a lot. And these maps just they weren't ever used. But don't worry, I mean I ended up changing so many things along the way. Put down because why not? See if I can find actual things there where I just. This was just like a long time ago where I was positioning. I made a whole huge map, and eventually it went on to be like a big map. I think I might have him go back down at this point for let's zoom on ahead in time, you know? Like, when I decided that Poppet should have, we'll use this one. I ended up changing Poppet's outfit because I would decide to go 3D, right? And I had so much trouble with this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, splining boxes. I did a lot more indoor thingies at this point. I've gone through a bunch of concepts over the year. Oh no, there's something in the way now. Okay. I was like, yeah. Poppet used to be a witch doll. He's really tiny. In the RPG Maker thing, she was a witch doll. She had magical spells. She did not use tarot cards. Tarot cards came about much later. I started building things out of junk at this point. This is when I started deciding that that was what I wanted to do with more of an indoor thingy. Did we got them all? You're running through it at any point. 1 second. Wait. So I had lots more weird little simple thingies that I started building. And I threw all this out. Like, this was stuff, these were my failures. But don't worry, the list of failures goes on and on and on. The ceiling problem is not something I want to deal with. Yeah, when I was building this huge, like, you know, puzzle thing to get through like that. In that confined of a space. I don't know if I ever played through the full thing I had. Yeah, you can still see between, so it might be conceivable. But I had to go in between the buildings, and then the way I did these, like, through the paintings was literally just, I had them on the same level. And you would just jump through the painting in order to get to the next thing. And then later on I started making it where it was a lot of randomization in the past, so that's why where it was more compartmentalized on different maps to make it work out way better. You can also see through here where I started changing. Like, I had made so many changes. I think I changed Poppet's outfit again, and that's because her outfit kept breaking. I spent a long time messing with it. I changed her hair a bunch because it kept breaking, so the models I had weren't good enough. You could also kick these two. This is like where I had there was like a huge dilapidated warehouse that things were in, and it was like out in the woods, like on the outskirts of everything. Was not in a city. For how our animations originally had shit. Nobody used it. So there was just crap everywhere, and it was interesting. The walk is like slightly off the ground, it looks like. I ended up getting rid of that because the issue, a lot of it came down to I didn't have good assets for it. Like, I mean, I went with a steampunk, you know, Victorian steampunk type of thing, and I didn't have dilapidated assets for it. Like, I had like nice looking assets for it, and I had only a handful of dilapidated things, so I really couldn't make it work. Look, I can just be larger, but it doesn't do her oh yeah, the strength used to make you big. Skirt, so I don't know about that. I thought it was so cool. I was like, yeah, just do this. Oh, nice. Steampunk games are a lot of fun. Yep, giant Poppet. But the problem is the anything with cloth physics doesn't change in size, so her hair and her dress couldn't change. So I took it out because it made no sense. That's the case. That is problematic. Yeah, she used to shoot fireballs. I actually started adding in things, but she actually had the Devil Tarot, which shot fireballs. I joked that she was a firebender. You could see the paper ZD enemies. Actual accordion here, but it has kind of a crappy resolution on its mesh, so I don't know how I feel about this one. Yeah, there was originally going to be a corgi, but I picked it up off of Daz, but I couldn't get the interactive rights, so I couldn't run it. So it got cut. Scooch might need to be a lot smaller, because the actual model for Scooch is like tiny. Makes me wonder how Daz manages to make it look big and just scale it infinitely, and yet I do not know. Little paper ZD enemies with a fake 3D. The other models over yet, so. Yep, this is like when I was halfway in between. Poppet's mod works. Maybe swap out some animations and then. I wonder how far I ran in this version. I don't know that far. Yeah, you get an idea of just how much things have changed along the way. I wonder if I could show you the next version. Or like a big version of what was going on. Let's go somewhere where I can actually use this. Also, our hands caching regress. I'll fix that later. Like, I did so much work that it got wasted. Because I didn't have a very good plan. That's also part of me, you know, screwing up. And I want these areas to seem like they're more cursed than others, so you get an idea of, like, there's a whole different building going on. And that got changed. I'll find a way to make it look better later, but these will act as placeholders until I find something better. That's fair. Or a way to make it look better. Some sort of futuristic thing where they're like, you know, like a Fallout type of setup. That'll be fine. Where everything's just, you know, glom together junk and everything, or they're going to the past. Like, spent so much time designing this level and so many different weird things. As you can see, I had a very different game back in Steampunk Samurai. That's fair. I'll try this with the lights off. I guess the biggest issue I have is, speaking of someone who does wants to do steampunk things and everything like that, finding steampunk assets, unless you're going to make them all yourself, they are few and far between. Like, that's why I had to shift the entire focus of the game, because I couldn't find the assets to make it this work. I'm not sure I want to be able to turn on the lights till later. I kind of wanted to have to zot those with lightning. So you might find these things, but maybe. You're going to pay for to have them made or just make them yourself. It doesn't matter. You make anything you want, but that's definitely something I found. Yeah. I definitely work under whatever I can find. I make work, and I've only had to make a handful of things because the simple reality is I don't have a lot of money, right? Like, the entire budget of Poppet Quest, it's like, I think I probably spent less than a couple $1,000s on game dev in general over the last 5 years. It was like a hobby, and honestly, it's probably a fair amount less than 2K. But Poppet Quest has probably had about $1,000 invested in it over time, and I really don't have a huge amount of money to do much more. Like, I'll probably drop another couple hundred in it, maybe 300, because I have more time than money on this thing. Oh yes, the issues with that. Oh no, that didn't work. Well, the other question is will your high-paying job allow you the time to be a game dev? Game dev takes a long time, as I can attest by having done it on stream and everything. Yeah. In case you're curious, I have a lot of videos, as you can see. And most of it, like, I didn't get that many views for a lot of them anyway. I just, you know, I was just streaming it and going. It's hard to say exactly how many. I can look on the back end and see how many total videos I have, or how many total live streams I have, and that can give you at least some idea. I don't know exactly where. I'd have to sit there and manually count how many of them were before that. I currently have 242 streams. And I streamed RPG Maker for a long time before that. Oh yeah, just to provide evidence of even more failure, let's go back to the day and age of, you know, when I was doing it in RPG Maker. Also streamed a year ago before I switched over right about here. I was working on a tutorial thing like that. I'll just move ahead, someone gotta watch that. It's easier to use. There you go, that's my explanation. It's just easier to use. Actually, there's a lot of reasons. You know, visual scripting meant I didn't have to learn an entire another language. That's kind of the gist of it, for all intents and purposes. The amount of free assets is crazy. To do, 'cause it's kind of the cost to use the engine is $0 unless you make over $1 million, and then they take 5% of anything over $1 million. If I make $1 million, I'm more than happy to pay them 5% of anything over, no problem. Otherwise, the engine is completely free. They give out monthly free things, so just in case the 1,000+ free asset packs isn't good enough, I have hundreds of free asset packs they've given me over the course of the, you know, years I've had this, because I took a 2.5-year break, but I didn't stop picking up the monthly assets. I just kept getting those every time. figuring that when I finally got back to game dev, I would have so much stuff to work with. And I did, and the cost became like that's why the game is. I've dropped like maybe $1,000 on the game over the course of its thing.
It's just me playing the game. You know, I know how I thought it should be.
It's got the cost smooth.
It doesn't always come across that way. So,
As you can see, I had a whole RPG Maker game too that I had made too.
So don't be afraid to suggest anything.
And it was largely playable. It just wasn't good.
You know,
It was a little Diablo clone with randomized levels.
Have been changed because people suggested it. The entire intro story got halved and divided up differently.
Oh yeah, I'm talking over those things like that. But yeah, you can really see that I've made a lot of changes over time with these things. But don't worry, I have additional things here, because if you go even farther back, do I have the other game? Well, thank you. I don't think I have much evidence of the previous game. Other than maybe if I put this in the thing. Because I was building a map. But at some point I probably put it in the game, right? Sure. Probably. Put some water in there? Sure. Did I ever show... Oh, nope, right on here. Oh god, this was an early version of this game. I didn't bother to put the collision in for this. And eventually I slowly made it a different game. The game that got thrown out. It had its own unique mechanics too. But just so you can see that I had failures upon failures of ideas that just didn't work right. I know I have video evidence of... Yeah, the original gameplay thing I had for this. This is an old RPG Maker game with like the earliest version of it. And this character used a little thing where she made this little platform, actually these little pathways behind her. And they acted as a weapon. Like anything that hit him would get destroyed, kind of like a snake thing. And then she would drag things through the levels in order to get them to the goal. And all the while the level's being slowly disintegrated. You can see where the level's being disintegrated by this bar, right? And there was a thing that would reset the thing, the little hourglass that would reset it, and then would give you the chance to do it again. And you had to get everything there, all the puzzle pieces successfully back to there before you ran out of ways to reset the level. And you can see where the level's being eaten there. It goes dark. She also had the ability to turn to like an invincible energy ball that would travel through things. This was still RPG Maker, by the way. That sounds good. Yes, my failures of many. Let no one tell you different. That's okay. So many failures. Failure after failure. Awesome, take a quick bio break. I'll also be right back. Okay, so I've returned. Yes, yes, my failures are. Oh, yes. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, you want to go down the real rabbit hole of my failures? There was there was a lot of weird crap as I was playing with RPG Maker things and trying to make weird artsy thingies, and it was wild how far down the rabbit hole I went with some of this stuff. Oof. I was testing like going underwater and things like that. It was weird. It was a very artsy looking game, and I tried so much weird crap to see if I could make it work. Keep in mind, I didn't know anything about other engines at the time. Like, this was years ago. This was, when did I do this? 4 years ago? Yeah. So I was like, I'm going to play with particles and make all these things like that. I threw away a lot of ideas. That's okay. Because you know what? That's fine. Base character thingies. Why do I do these things? I don't know. I just like to make weird stuff. So. Don't let your failures hold you back, okay? That's all I gotta say. Don't let your failures hold you back. Did I ever, I wonder if oh yeah, the game that didn't be. Like, this game never was. But I made an entire cave for this one. You might recognize the outfit. I definitely stole it from this character because, it worked. The outfit works really well. And I wasn't going to use this game. Calm and stressed at the same time. That's fair. You gotta have fun with things like that. Be calm, be stressed, Be a little bit of everything. This is when I was first messing with Unreal Engine, and there's basically two games that I was thinking of making. The original one I was going to make, which was this type of game, but it was like an RPG Maker and like that, and it was going to get moved over to this. And then Poppet Quest came about because of an RPG Maker game jam that I just really liked the idea of the game. Even though the original idea of the game was extremely different than what it turned into, because the original idea of the game was you were a cursed doll trying to get across, like, you were in this cursed attic where everything comes to life at night, and you were cursed to always look out a window at night. And normally you're just sitting there every day, but during the day someone picked you up and put you on the other side of the attic, and your goal was to get back. And the other toys didn't want to let you. It was a game jam game. It obviously did not have the deepest story. It wasn't supposed to. But this game was going to be more Alice in Wonderlandy, and I was going to give her, drop her down in a, the rabbit hole into some crazy cave and start the game out from there. And I just gave her a sword because I was really high on making an Alice in Wonderland style game. Yeah. I'm not saying I won't eventually make this game, but the difference is that what's going to happen is the entire system behind Poppet Quest, I'll just build the next game right on top of that. Why wouldn't I? Why do I need to make an entire new damage system, New AI system, new item collection system, new anything? I could just build on top. So that's what will likely happen, and this character will get her day in the sun. Yeah. The lighting in here is terrible for it, but yeah, it's eventually going to be a thing. Just to show you my many failures and ideas. I mean, like I said, I've probably been messing with it for like 5 years, and I really don't have a truly popular game to show for it. I mean, I was teaching myself how to do everything. I wasted a lot of time with RPG Maker, to be fair. That's also how I learned to program and everything, and it led down, the path of eventually going to Unreal, because having done enough hard coding, I would prefer to do blueprints because they're faster. But I've definitely done a lot of coding. There's no enemies in this one yet. I think I programmed in the enemies later in there on the image gear. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, blueprints also take some time. I don't want to be, totally saying it doesn't, but, yeah. Let me log into the image gear real fast. I can show off a few more failures. Heck no, blueprints are for making entire games. I don't understand why people are, Like Epic themselves are like, you should use blueprints. I mean, my game's made entirely in it, so you know. Let's not pretend like I know anything about C++, because I don't. That work? Good. Should I save it? And then I have some stuff from the other game, the game that didn't have. I wish I'd record so much of it, and I never did. And I didn't keep it either because it was a broken mess, because I learned a lot about game dev during that time. Because, yeah. That's definitely something that I think I had going for me from my RPG Maker times, because I was an RPG Maker plugin dev, which meant that I knew how to do a great deal of JavaScript. In fact, I'm responsible for creating the project that's the most used lighting plugin for RPG Maker, which is Community Lighting. And there's over like 200,000 clicks on the thread for that. It's a free plugin. I mean, I was experimenting with giving her a cannon and blowing up cupcakes one day. I tried a lot of ideas for this character. This character was always just to send him everywhere and do things. This is how I was learning how to do all this stuff. The lighting here is absolutely just garbage. But that's okay. I had like tea and everything like that. Like I said, I was really high on an Alice in Wonderland concept. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, with the failure of this game and why I gave it up was that the character's story had nothing to do with an Alice in Wonderland character. She was nothing like that. It made no sense for her story that I was trying to tell. So I was like, I'm making this game with these things that make just no idea. Like top down, doesn't fit what's going on, right? And so I had to make some changes because it just made no sense. Just actual none. Actual evidence of various things here. I can I put a bunch of stuff on my the Twitter thing here. Yeah, sure. I don't think there's any personal in here I need to worry about. Why not? Okay. So we'll go here and we'll go these things here. This is like the original Paper ZD stuff that I gave up on when I first made The Magician. And the broken mess of a place that I ended up giving up on for early Poppet Quest. It is fun to throw chess pieces, but it made no sense for puzzle things. Like, it didn't do anything. But I want to see if I can find... I used to post every time when I streamed. Which doesn't really help, by the way. I don't know why I did that. Or just funny pictures of the characters. Concept characters. Some that made the cut, some that didn't. But... somewhere along there was the game that never was. Where are you, game that never was? Sure. Nope. None of that. Come on. Come on. Come on. So much conceptual stuff. I went back to RPG Maker for a while. This was probably the greatest pretender for Poppet Quest. Right here. Because... oh yeah, someone's challenged me to use a rubber... They said I couldn't make a rubber chicken a weapon. I thought it was hilarious. I did. But this is where I was making a small character. I was like, hey, wait a minute. Because I was thinking, you know, the Alice in Wonderland thing where she goes tiny, right? And that's what led to Poppet Quest. Because I was like, well, why can't I just always be tiny? So you can see where the dumb ideas have eventually led their way to where I was going with it. But there was a lot of dumb. I thought this was so cool because this is like the 3D assets that were used for the attic for Poppet Quest and RPG Maker. Only got to see it in like 3D for once, and I thought that was amazing. What if I that? Oh yeah, the game that never was. Well, I was trying to teach myself how to do. I was following tutorials on how to make RPGs, right? I gave her a little lightning jump because it's the only effect I had, and I thought it was cool. Did those wolves have any kind of good AI? No. They mostly just charged at you and tried to bite you. But still. So many ideas. So at some point that'll be a game. There was the cannon I gave her. I mean, see, here's the thing. There's nothing saying I won't take these ideas and use them somewhere else too. I'm more than happy to take some of these old projects I have where an idea was in it that was probably not a bad idea and then make use of it for my game. That's fair, man. You know. I spent a lot of time making things and I really enjoyed it as a hobby, and I really didn't make any, money off it particularly. Just kind of over time was just like, okay, well, for a while she just had fireballs. You can see me going back in time and everything like that, and just, blowing them up, which I thought was fun. But everything looks so cool when it's out in these like open areas, because the game, like Unreal Engine's so good at landscapes and open areas. It's really easy to make a beautiful like outdoor landscape. This wasn't even a beautiful one. This was like a throw together, but it was good enough because it takes 0 time to make those. You could, like in a day, you can have a beautiful landscape. Yeah. I actually took some of these ideas later from the other ones there because exactly that. I was just like, okay, cool. I remember being super excited by this movement too, that you could see her doing like that. And now I have the game animation sample, which is like 1,000 times better movement. And I was super excited because this is like Mixamo movement, right? Because Mixamo has all these animations you can just use for free on a dad's character. I was excited about things. You can definitely see. This is what sold me on Unreal Engine right here. This right here. This is what made me immediately switch. And by immediately switch, I mean I end up playing with RPG Maker again later. But don't worry about that. I was like, I'm going to finish these other projects that I already started. No, it was dumb. Go for broke. If you're going to do it, go for broke. But the reason why was I just saw this really cool steampunk world and I thought, all right, this can be mine. All because of a Humble Bundle where I was like, oh my god. She didn't have cloth physics either. She just had a normal dress there, but whatever. You can definitely see the difference in the last things I did that. But yeah, this was years ago. I actually originally messed with this, but I had to take 2.5 years off because of health problems. So you can definitely see where it's like 2021 and then there's this big huge gap. I actually stopped posting on this because I didn't care after a while. It's not like I get any real viewership on like any I get some likes, but not very many on those. It was like a lot of effort to post on it for like sub 10 likes half the time, so even less when I was just posting streams. Yeah, 2023 already when I started doing that, and I think I took an even longer break then too. I kind of streamed a bit when I wasn't having all the health problems as well. But oh, I started getting like numbness and tingling in my arms, legs, and head. I couldn't move my neck. I had like spiking blood pressure. It was terrible. I could barely walk like 1,000 steps in a day. It was awful. And they never figured out what caused any of it. You understand either. It was just 5 years of the medical industry, and what I learned is Western medicine is a joke. That's what I learned. I was like, wow, good job, guys. Eventually, over time, I just got over it. They kind of came back a bit early on this year, too. All of January, I had health problems, too. That's why I dropped off stream for like a month and a half. Hey, another guy. How's it going? We were just discussing my failures and the many games that have led to Poppet Quest, including the crappy RPG Maker one. I mean, I eat clean, very clean, actually. But just in case, over the course of, over the course of about 1.5 years, I removed all caffeine from my diet, all saturated fats, except for those present in olive oil. My diet mostly consisted of rice, beans, olive oil, and egg whites, and water. And then like a handful of like seasonings, like mostly pepper and a bunch of things like, gosh, what are they? Garlic, onions. Eventually, I also have balsamic vinegar as well as things to flavor stuff. I think I dropped like 30 pounds over the course of that. Because, yeah. But I mean, before that, I mean, I eat no weird chemicals like that. I just eat whole foods. Making you hungry? I'm here to help. Yeah. You need to only scroll back through my image grid to see a level of failures all over the place, especially the RPG Maker stuff is just the weirdest things. Why do these things exist? I don't know. You can't even see it's tiny. That's unfortunate. I guess I could copy paste it over places. True. Back when I was really excited to make these weird 3D things like that, like they were in 3D, but just weird characters like that. Again, I tried to do all sorts of dumb things in RPG Maker. I actually got a bit of a following from doing dumb things in RPG Maker. Why to do it? I don't know. I just did. That was way long ago. Yep, the earliest failures. Yeah, there's a lot, but yeah. But for the most part, simple gist of it was I kind of bounced between two different games for the longest time, and Poppet Quest is the one that's got a better concept that's easier to play out, even though I've remade the concept of it a bunch of times due to asset issues, scope issues, better story ideas that have come up, better ways for it to play out, new characters that I added in. Like Tinka didn't come from this game, she came from the other one, but I brought her to this game because, well, one, I liked the character, two, she needed a good backstory. Exactly. You know, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. Poppet's had, I think, like 4 or 5 outfits and looks. Oh my gosh, do I even have various versions of her old looks? I might. I probably do, to be honest. Oh, thank you. Now let me see if I can show you some old Poppets. If I kept a bunch of renders of them. Oh, it didn't bother to render a lot of it, so. I don't keep a lot of the art for things. I probably should. That's too tiny to even see. That's an inventory, no wonder. Do I even have a picture of her as she used to be? Oh yeah, her old outfit. She always has a creepy look. She's just not the cutest doll she could be. She can be somewhat cute. But she's still a doll. At the end of the day, she's a doll. That does cut down on the can look cute thing. Oh, here's an older one too. She used to have longer hair. Oh yeah, I consider my game a victory if it has like Rule 34 stuff for it. Yeah, like the longer hair she used to have. This hair just it made her when you activated the cloth physics in Unreal Engine, it made her look like Cousin It. It was awful how much it just would screw up. It just didn't do great. So I had to make some changes. Other versions of her outfit. Well, it's the same outfit. See if I had the original version of Poppet. I had a Game Jam version. The amount of changes they made to this poor character. Huh. Do I have... This was going to be a later outfit that didn't end up working out because it didn't fit with the character, but also it just didn't... The outfit was terrible. It broke a lot. It was just not very good. Tell me I kept a render of the original character. Well, the original character was so different. Huh. I don't think I did. Unfortunately, I can't open up DAZ right now because I have to reinstall DAZ due to that whole having to redo my whole computer thing recently. No, I didn't keep it. Damn. All right. I think the really funniest thing is that Poppet's original human design came about because of I just making a random dopey NPC wandering around the town. She later got a glow up by a lot. But yeah, I didn't keep the original pictures. I'd have to render them again. Damn. She started out as an ugly doll. A really ugly doll. Really ugly doll. That's kind of like the trip down memory lane for the most part. If you want to see more random things, I suppose I got them. But for the most part, I kind of stopped really putting up records of anything I was doing. At one point, I just decided I would just kind of, you know, this music is interesting, I guess. I'm still listening through all the tracks I have to see if I want to use them. And there's like hundreds of these stupid tracks to go through, so it'll be a while. Yeah, I stopped putting up records of everything I was doing because I don't know, it never really got any real attention, so there was not much point. It seemed like I was just wasting time. I'd rather just have something that was good enough to attract attention by just being good. But yeah, I gotta put something here. I need to make more machinery stuff. I should probably build that control panel up too. Or just put something else over here, like a extra one of these things. Honestly, this could probably be over here. Nah, because I want you to have to climb up here and jump onto that. It's more interesting. Well, I kind of want more machines over here. I don't know. This room's kind of... I don't really like this here. I gotta make some new machines in general. Second. One of the most interesting things, there's a guy who watches back through all my old streams to see how I was making all the stuff over time, and he actually was asking if I was ever going to go back to the paper ZD stuff. That was a real blast from the past. I was like going, no, why would I? Nose edition. Alright. Anyway, I was thinking of changing how I was going to do my AI. I had an idea for it. As I've basically accomplished exactly 0 so far this stream. That's okay. I don't always have to do anything. I guess I can put the Discord link up too. I really should make an entire YouTube video of all the times I failed. All the dumb things I've done. That'd be pretty funny to watch. Probably. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much AI in general. Everything is just effectively if statements. Even if you use a behavior tree, it's just literally, you know, it goes like, if this is true, it does this, otherwise it goes to the next thing to the right all the way down. AI in a nutshell. This on the other one too. Okay. So what I was thinking is I didn't actually need to have a certain extra thing here. I'm gonna do a bit of experimenting here, but I think I can make this a little more interesting. The characters here. Right now, the big problem I have going on with this here is that I have this thing set up where I have to like this actions phase down here, and it just does whatever the name is here. And I have like, you know, these variables set up here, right? And then up here with how it's set up, I'm just basically putting all the same variables here and having to do over and over. And it's just like one action essentially that it's doing. So there's really two ways I could go about making this, I think, more streamlined. The first is I could just put the name of what I want to do and then have very specific things at the bottom. And then I just have to pre-make every action they want to do. Or I can take those, I can just take the functions that you would do in the other one there and just put them up here. And not have to put all these variables, and I could just input the variables like in the numbers like that. Like I could just go, okay, well, instead of having, oh, like it's actions is here. Instead of like putting in a move thingy like that, this move direction thingy, I could just simply take this thing here, go, okay, cool, dump it in the battle phase 1 here, and then just input the variables I want, like the numbers I want here, and then I can just have any number of actions I want to do. Like it'll do this, 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 and then end, and then go back to here, which will then consist of a do once here, or probably a do once actually at the front here, and then the do once resets after everything's done, goes back to there, thus eliminating need for the actions here. Or I make very specific actions down here, labeling them with a very specific name, kind of like I'm doing now, but I could just make them much more complicated and have like specific movement set down here. And then up here, I need only put the name of what it is and none of this extra crap. So right now, this is kind of confusing, weird, and tedious. The upside of doing it this way here, where I just have a bunch of different directives up here, is that I can make up the actions on the fly. I don't have to have a specific name. Whereas the other way I would have to. I would just have a specific name already devised. I'm just arguing with myself on which one I think is better, because I think my current system is just not the best choice. I think it's kind of like a mediocre choice. In reality, I should probably just take these numbers and dump it on there and keep the system the way it is, because it's probably the least effort. But like I say, it is more limited on what you can and can't do on it, right? You know? Because I can't say, okay, well, let's do this action and then this action on the same one of the things. It would only be one. So it would have to be like, okay, well, have like a move direction, move direction, move direction, spawn an attack, move direction. I could do all that and then end the string there. It'd be like specific attack patterns designed down here, and then I just post the names of attack patterns up there based on the distance. Which is probably better. I could even keep these normal ones as they are, but up there I could be like, okay, well, if I'm within this distance, move to this distance and then fire a projectile. Down here I could have the same thing, move to a distance and fire a projectile, but then I gotta make specific names for every one of these, for every possible attack, where up there I don't have to make that. It would just be do action and then go back. I'm gonna do this with a simpler enemy first. I don't really want to mess with Patrick if I can avoid it, right? Like if I'm gonna mess something up, let's mess up something that's like not complicated. Admittedly, Patrick's one of the ones where I want to improve him a bit more. But let's, I guess mess with the Stitch Voodoo dolls, because they're not bad. So I could be like, I'll have to recode this for the reset actions though. It might be easier to program the behavior patterns in here. On the other hand, up here I could be like, okay, well, move this much distance, move this thing here. That I don't have to make a specific name for it, but how am I going to set this up for that otherwise, right? It does. So I'd have to name a current action even then. I'd have to put like an action or just like, you know. I could reset the action from here. I could just do the do once up here. Let's play around with this a little bit. I don't care if I foobar this one. As you know, it's fine. Okay. Should actually just do this one here. So instead of having this name and action thingy, which I can just get rid of, I get rid of this entirely here. No branch required. Completed, do this. Reset action. Grab an action, the move direction thingy. I need the reset action thingy as well. So like instead of doing this thing here, I can have chains of things that you do at various points here. So no longer do I have all these. Instead I just go, okay, the direction to move is just Move to target. And then move distance 1,000. $900. I still got to put acceptable radius in here because I don't have it on the move direction thingy, and that seems like a mistake on my part. And so I'm going to change that by going to the BPM PC and adding it. I can just set it from here. Set acceptable radius. Acceptance radius. Sure. We connect this onto here. Add pin to node. Like so. Do this. Quick double check. Yes. And now when I do this, it'll require less effort on my part, right? Because now I can just put the acceptable radius here, like of, you know, like 200. And if I want to look at the target, I can just, you know, put it in there. And then I don't need to have all this crap. I can just go, okay, one node does it all. So let's say I do this, and then I can go, okay, well, do I even need the other thing now? Because I can just do this, and I can do the same with jump direction. It's like, okay, well, how fast do I want it to move? Change each of these things. First, I'm just going to rebuild it exactly as it is in the new system, and then I'm going to expand upon it. Job 1, make it work. Job 2, everything else. I think this will be the better way in the long run. The least amount of nodes required. No longer do I have to do all this crap. I'll move down in a second, but first I want to delete all this crap. Do this. Up here we're doing exactly the same, except for I'm going to make it like 300 on each. deal with that weird bug where it forces you to have to save. And then it'll let you move things more than one at a time. This was like the wrong number anyway. Interesting. I really do think that the other way was just kind of confusing. Except where it is 1200 means it wouldn't move a step. It would just stand there like an idiot. Perfect. Yeah. Now it looks a little less confusing. Now it's easier to fine-tune things, I guess. I mean, it wasn't that impossible this way, but it's really weird to have to set up all these nodes and everything where you could just do the function and grab that and call it square. Now I can easily be like, okay, well, move then jump, or jump then move, and just swap them around and change the numbers however I want without having to have a completely made up named one. So that's probably better. Typing forwards correctly would also help too. What's this message? Spawn back to this real quick. Somewhat important. This does seem a lot more organized than the other way. I don't need this current action thingy, but sure. Doesn't hurt anything to have it there either. A little crappy when you do attacks, I guess. Better when doing movements, but better if you want to chain together a bunch of stuff too. They look like they operate about the same. Just with way less code. Hmm. Probably into the editor itself. I realized that the crystal nodes is just making the same boring gray box. I was hoping it would, you know, do something more interesting than that. It's supposed to. Crystal nodes. Oh, for certain it was under the grid thingy. Engine crystal nodes. Oh, it does, huh? I thought it randomized these more often, but it doesn't seem to. Yeah, there's this method here, and then you get to get rid of this whole other side over here where you don't have to name them like this. Which I think is a lot less code, right? Because I had to have a bunch of nodes here, and then I had to go to the other thing anyway, so I could just skip that whole system and just go straight to whatever you need to do. So now at this point I can do this instead. Now at great distances they'll go out of their way to do that. Sometimes they'll just do a much larger jump. Move direction, does it ever stop look at target at some point? I think it does. I am setting look at target, sure. Okay. I think this way lets you have even more fine tuning. It's a lot easier to fine tune everything. The way it just seems like a lot of extra effort, but I mean, it was a better, more refined version than my original ones, but you know, I've definitely refined it more since then. I do like this better. There with the splines, sure. How far are we talking here? This is 2,000. Do this here. This will move right 500 there. Let's do this. More rounds there, and then we can do. I might restructure this a little bit. This seems way better than what I was doing. Oops. We're gonna move. Oh, I haven't replacing that. This one I gotta replace. I'm gonna reorder them since I just have left and right, just so I have them always in the same order. Just for my make my life a little easier. Hey, Graham. You're just in time to see me restructure my AI to be more complex. Mostly. And yet require less code. Genius. Simply genius. Also, I can't stand the regular grid. This seems way better because they just get such more complicated behavior patterns than I previously had. Means like all the enemies are going to get a bit of a glow up because I've been meaning to work on the AI like crazy. I still got to add in sound effects too, but we'll do sound effects later. Today my brain wants to do AI. And AI we shall do. AI we shall do. What you doing, buddies? Oh, they try to surround you a little more now. Nice. What distance are we talking about here? The attacks is a little weirder, but this is greater than 400, so I don't necessarily need all that much. And now I can vary up the strength of these. Then to move back a bit for the let's try to reposition for jump attack, maybe. I may want to convert the attack patterns to macros, but the problem with that is then I can't adjust the numbers in them, right? If I put them on a completely different thing, then I have to have some kind of event dispatcher or something to make it so it actually delays. I guess I didn't hit play, but I did. Otherwise it runs the risk of skipping to the next thing, and that's not helpful. They're almost too complicated because now they're not really moving very well. I like that it spun around. That was fun, but What are you up to, pal? Hmm. Hmm. See. Looks like there's some big old bundle available on itch. And it's gonna show it from whatever it was because it sounded like it was huge and a good deal for people, but wherever it is, I cannot seem to find it. Huh. Why did they stop moving? And these enemies are supposed to be kind of weird and just wander around like idiots. That's kind of half the fun of them. Yeah, it's supposed to be incredibly hard. And then just kind of move away from the player. Their attack doesn't hit very far, so maybe let's get back 120 or something. They just see their attack right on you. Here this is. Hey, look at what makes compelling enemy behaviors. That's kind of the thing, like what makes them interesting. I mean, these guys are supposed to be stupid, and all enemies in these are supposed to be largely pretty dumb. I'm not worried about them being too intelligent, though. They just kind of... They don't really face the player, right? The face the player does not work as well as I want it to. I look at target. Maybe I just turn it off for that. I don't know why I did that. See how much that even changes what it does. Oh, he knocked over the statue and lobbed it at me. Wow. They seem okay. They're not supposed to be too incredibly smart. I have an idea for something. Let me write that down just so I don't have to remember. Also gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Like, Onward to glory and all that. I like this new setup for the AI. I don't like necessarily their behaviors. I'm so torn because I want them to be kind of dumb, but they might almost have too complicated behaviors. They kind of just wander around like idiots half the time. And that's probably okay, actually. Like, they don't need to be hyper aggressive as the first enemy. To be honest, they probably don't need a leap attack as the first enemy either. They could also become smarter and not be the first enemy as well. Oops. No, it doesn't randomize color. There must be a way to turn that on. Okay, this is bizarre and weird. Greater than 2,000 makes no sense, but like greater than 1,000. Oops, we got that. Yeah. I was checking to see if this works better with the 1,000 thingy being not 2,000, because they were both literally a duplicate thing, so it would never trigger that behavior. This whole thing was meaningless. It was only ever triggering this. Which probably explains a lot of why it was weird. I mean, probably. Why can't we move you? Honestly, jump attack probably could just remove look at target as a thing. It's actually just a jump with an attack right as you're jumping. That's it. That's all it is. It's not even actually a true anything else. So I could program a lot of this crap into there if I wanted. Jump direction doesn't even have a look at target. I might need to restructure so how some of these attacks are done and everything, so I can easily make them better than they are. Which is the plan. Over time I want to make the base ones better. Okay, well that's much cleaner looking than it was. Technically it could all be on one thread for that matter, but I don't know if it's necessary to do that. Or I could have all the information gathering like that and then have the thing at the end to reset it all, but probably necessary. This means the look at target might have been working all along. They're definitely more aggressive. Curious to see how this pans out if I have look at target on these. So it was never actually doing this. Maybe it's actually really good. And I just didn't realize. So I'll do that and well, they're better than they were. They weren't the most aggressive things. They just wandered around like idiots the whole time. Hmm. Gonna make another enemy just for funsies. Build off of that. Probably use more. Goodness knows a lot of them are kind of just Bear. Hmm. What do I even have already? Oh. Ugh. Hey Kevin, the game dev, how's it going? Yeah, decent enough. I decided I would switch how I was doing my AI things from, you know, a more complicated system of a thinking grid and an actions grid to just a thinking grid. And it works out better. Because now I can just have different directions, things like that, and moves in each thing. Different, you know, actions that happen in a row. These enemies are pretty stupid though, so, you know, I ain't expecting much out of them. About a year. It's pretty far along. Yeah, I was working on these enemies here. They're like the first enemies in the game, and they're supposed to be pretty stupid, so they'll just kind of wander around and do things. Eventually they'll kind of close in on you if you stay around too long, but for the most part they're kind of dumb and really just kind of wander about. They will start ganging up on you if left alone though. I think they're in a good enough place for what they do. They're not supposed to be smart, so if they kind of don't aggressively pursue you, that's perfectly acceptable. The next enemy is much more aggressive. Yeah, I do my AI with blueprints. Because I'm a blueprint heathen. Have you? I don't envy you. Not at all. Not at all. I was doing a crap ton of interface stuff in the last couple days, so I'm playing with AI today because I've been tired of looking at the interface. Yeah, I'm tired of it. You could just put the Annies wandering around. Interesting. So you're still doing nodes, but you're doing C++? Weird. Didn't even know that was a possibility. I guess to be fair, every single node is in fact C++ that you can open Visual Studio and edit if you wish. But... huh. That sounds difficult. 0 out of 10 not excited by this plan. I get it, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? I mean, if your game runs better than C++, and it's worth the time to make it, you know, transition it over, might as well, right? Kind of cleaning up this grid because it's full of so much crap. Honestly, I probably should just convert all these into a thing. really want a grid for each of these little things? I guess it'd be better in the long run, because I'm probably gonna have a lot of different health potions and curse potions and things like that, as opposed to what I currently have, which is a colossal mess. Oh, I see. Yeah, multiplayer is definitely a whole other ball game for what it requires, or so I've been told. So I get it. Man, this is a mess. I didn't realize how much of a mess this had gotten. All the items in the game are checked through this character to see if she's collected or not, and I keep adding things randomly and haven't actually really ordered them very well. As you can see by the colossal mess going on here. The crystals are next, sure. So you, what sort of game are you making? Inquiring minds want to know. Unless you're not allowed to tell me, in which case don't, but you know, if you want to. This is such a mess. I said I'd make one of these for achievements too. Do I have an achievements directory? I think I do. Brought me achievements variable. Look at this one, why not? Just a random color here. Do. Yeah, she can't tell me about the project, huh? See? Sure. Okay, let's do this. Do I have this? This should be at find anyway. I guess you can. I added an S, so I'd best add one here too. Current project, a 4-player survivors game, ability to play solo, similar to Vampire Survivors. Nice, nice. How far along are you in the project? Well, that code's gonna be necessary for later, but I don't care right now on it. I'm gonna make a little machine that shoots at the player, but doesn't actually move. It's like a little projectile launcher that just hits places and fires. That's true. It can almost be like a trap in a way. Yeah, it's fair. That's a lot of people, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Don't worry about it. Going indeed. I'm thinking of building some sort of like pipe or steampunk monstrosity that just shoots at you but can't actually move. Should be pretty handy for putting places that are, you know, higher up. Yeah, that's fair. You gotta take breaks periodically. If you don't, burn yourself out. Nobody want that. See all these pipe options here to see what I want to add to this. This wouldn't even use a character mesh, it would just be crap that's near the character mesh, which means... Would that even work? Definitely arguing for myself on what I want to do with this. I usually just do lots and lots of work on my game and it just gets more and more done, but that's because I'm streaming it. So I keep making stuff and just kind of power through it, you know? Could I do that? Nah. Probably not, but you know. Yeah. I guess I could get rid of the mesh and just have a scene on this character and then put a bunch of crap on the scene, and then I'm just going to start making it and see what happens. I forgot exactly how I coded certain things, so, you know. I'm sure I'll have to do some changes. That's okay. Because sometimes you just gotta experiment and come up with weird ideas. Oh. No, you. It probably needs googly eyes, so that'll probably happen at some point too. Nope, not the whole scene. Doesn't have to move. That's what I want, just a simple curve. Hmm. Hmm. These pictures are really hard to see because they're like barely able to really tell what's even there. I made all these hollow pipes, and the hollow pipes are great, but not quite what I was looking for. What's this like? Those are the completely hollow ones, so actually... trying to use these pipes because they are a little easier to work with. What I'm trying to accomplish. That's gonna be better for what I need than this one.
Let's say I could have two different sets of legs to hold it up and then something to connect the two.
Well, thanks for the follow, Kevin. I need a steampunk cannon. I just didn't have a good idea for a steampunk cannon, so I'm just slowly making it, and I'm just going to build together a bunch of contraptions here and then start putting gears and things on it and basically make my own, you know, stationary turret thingy that just shoots at the player. It's the plan. Maybe just the entire thing can rotate and it can be on like a platform or like a rotating thingy. Or even on top of a gear. That's an interesting idea. Sometimes you just gotta make weird crap, you know? Is it a good idea? But I'm gonna do it anyway. That was weird how much that changed. That's so weird. I just literally rotate it one direction. Doesn't that? I don't understand. Anyway, doesn't really matter. There's a bit of a bug with the rotation thingies that hasn't really been fixed since 5.4. And the bug is simply this. Put any object you want in the blueprints. Pay attention to the rotation there. Then rotate it along, you know, the Y. You see where it starts to trip out? If you keep rotating, it'll go nuts. And the numbers will get weird. Okay? And now it's like 1260 minus 402 and then 1620. I was rotating it along just the Y. Don't know what causes that. Yeah, it's been since 5.4. I thought people would notice it and someone would file a bug report with Epic, but I might have to be the one who does it because we're at 5.5 now and it's still there and I'm like... I got another fun bug too. This one's great. So, edit any spline you want, pick a spot. We'll pick that spot there. Okay, sure, that spot's selected. Okay. Now, go over this spline and click... actually, wait, I have to successfully click another spline. Okay. Successfully click this spline. Okay, so now I'm going to move this spline. Oh, no, it worked that time. How do I trigger this bug? So I migrate this one around, and I go over this one here, and then I do this. And because I've clicked on this, this is still selected, right? So let's say I hit delete, it deletes this and leaves this alone. The spline bug. Isn't that fun? I remember one time the nav mesh broke up in the air and it was some jagged mess just floating in the air and I'm like, how did this even happen? And it was based on the splines. I was like, okay. I think I was gonna put like this below, so I'm gonna duplicate this gear here. Then migrate it down. And this gear will be huge. Right? And put this on top of here. I could just rotate this gear now too, and I don't have to rotate anything else, which is probably a good idea, honestly. Why rotate the top when I could rotate the whole thing? Will this be turned towards the player and fire?
And that'll be that. It'll be great.
I have no idea
What the end result's going to be, but you know. Eh. Oh, wait. I have an idea. I has a plan. This is important. First, we put these down. Gotta have these. Okay, duplicate this. I wish you could just alt drag while in blueprints to get the duplicate. That'd be so nice and easy. Okay. Once again, we got this bizarre rotation thing going on here that's just... Okay, well... Honestly, I'm just gonna hit undo and all that, because I'll probably have to redo it anyway. And instead, I'm just gonna make this 91. And I don't know why this is 900. 90... 180, okay. Don't know, don't care. Got it.
Now we need the most important piece. The thing that will really set it over the top. As soon as I remember where I put it. Interesting, but not quite what I want. Like multiple eyes though, I don't want that.
I'm looking at these doll pieces here because I want to put the doll pieces on top of this doll, but I don't really want to put all of the doll pieces. So I'm going to put like little pieces. They're the eyeballs. But the problem is it's like two eyes together. I don't want that. Also, the material is just completely wrong on these. Why is the material wrong on these? You import something in and it just never works right.
I have one that works, so what I'll do is just grab the face and put it on here. I'll figure out what's wrong with it later, I don't care. But what I can do is put a head on it. because it's weird. Oh, wait.
These eyeballs are such a weird direction. When you just want one eyeball. 1 second. What do I put in the wall in here? Not that room. Ah, okay, so I just put these on here anyway. Can I find it?
Because I'm blind, that's why.
So freakish. Let us drop it in the world and see what kind of monstrosity has been created this day. We will do battle against it. We will battle in this nearly empty hallway for supremacy.
I want to see if it takes damage or if I have to give it a static mesh. I'm sorry, skeletal mesh. Can't remember how I set it set up. I think I have to give it all the right tags. I'll have to double check. I haven't made a new enemy in a while.
See, isn't that exciting? And before it was just some crappy pipes. Can't be hit yet, though.
We can fix that. I'm gonna make so many weird things out of doll parts and pipes and other steampunky crap. It's gonna be great. After all, if you want dull horror, shouldn't it be made out of just weird broken things, right? Isn't that... I mean, it's a Metroidvania, but it's obviously got enough of a horror element to it. Or some, like, more macabre feel to it. Not like it's... super horror per se, but... I need special tags to make this work if memory serves. It's like enemy and cannon, right? Let me just go ahead and copy these, I'm lazy. Those were actor tags, okay, just double checking. Paste. Well, that's helpful. Oh, well, that was also helpful the way I duplicated that for no reason. I guess it's just a pipe contraption because I don't have better aim. Need some stationary. You see, almost every enemy has jumps, so you can't put them on a shelf or anything, or they'll just jump off, and it's like, this kind of sucks. Aha! It works. And it will eventually die. Think. Yeah. It has no death animation or anything like that. Alright, so... Oh, please. It now needs a projectile. But I probably made a projectile already ages ago, so you know. Where is this blueprint? Oh, it actually has its own little thing. Good, I already saved it. Okay, so I need projectiles, and we'll just dupe something and go from there. We can just dupe the chicken one, I guess. To do what I need. Hell yeah, cannon. Okay, I'm not gonna look through everything that says can on it. That's what I wanted. Thanks for the follow, Soph SSX. How's it going? Just in time to see me work on my pipe contraption, which is an unholy abomination of pipes and doll pieces that I've been assembling. Why am I assembling this? I think the real question you should ask in life is, why wouldn't I assemble this? And, yeah. I have no good answer for that. It's gonna get even weirder as I go. I'm gonna keep adding more doll pieces to it. This is my own special contraption. Yes. Already damageable, but doesn't actually do anything yet. It just sits there and looks stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, shouldn't this be character behaviors? What happened here? Okay. Character behaviors. Okay, never have it auto-generate the thing. Just don't do that. Don't do it. I know it might sound fun. But counterpoint, don't do it. Because instead of doing the custom event here, it did the other. Add custom event. Character behaviors. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't believe this one yet. Happy now? Alright, let us continue. Perfect. Interesting. I just wanted to start its AI, even though it's not much of an AI. It's honestly just going to face the player forever, probably. Well, maybe. I might do a taunt thingy. I think it just does nothing if it's not aggro. And in this case, it's just going to be like a face the player. Actually, face target. I basically have to do those. We do this here. I don't need all these versions. It's only going to do one action. But instead of a jump attack, it's just going to face the target and watch at this distance. I do have a fire projectile already created. This cannot move. Play for a second. I never have to move, so I don't care about that.
Okay. We do all these, grab this crap. Fire projectile. Above one zoomed. I'll make some black. Yeah. Perfect. And that's if it can, if it's aggro, it fires projectiles, or it turns and faces and tries to fire at you. Honestly, I think it should be outside this range, so it's actually got to be like this here. If it's within this range, we're going to do that. We're going to get rid of this other crap. Alright. Okay, you can successfully connect this. I believe in you. Okay. I think if it's aggro and greater than 2,000, it's just going to do that. And I might make the number bigger than 2,000, but I don't need any of this crap. I just was too lazy to copy paste some things. So move this here, greater than 2,000, do this. Honestly, I don't think it needs any other behaviors than just fire projectiles or wait. Pretty much it, right? Or I can just put a really long delay on this. Yeah, actually I don't think it needs too much else. It's literally stationary, so it doesn't have to do a lot of positional anything. Oh, I do want to set itself to aggro, just in case. I do want that portion. But I don't need the rest of this crap at all. True. Right, so it is aggro. I want it to face the player. So I basically wanted to do everything involved with this without actually firing a projectile. Okay. Let's get this going here. I think I'm gonna make a lot of simple, stupid enemies because I don't really need to make a bunch of complicated enemies in Metroidvania, right? They're just gonna wander around and be stupid, and only the bosses or mini bosses need to be complicated.
I guess I was hiding one in the chats. Oops, don't hide a YouTube chat.
Okay, so now you need the projectile to fire. Okay, and then we work on this here. Did I not strap a sound to these? I could have sworn I did. Oh. Yeah, on this.
On that, and I want an explosion.
Oh, oops.
It's water, I want that.
There's this.
Article.
How's this one look? Perfect.
That's a cascade one.
Not ideal, but not horrible.
Okay. We'll put that there, but I might find a better one. Magical explosion. Explosion. That's terrible. Thanks, I hate it. All my homies hate that explosion.
We compiling, we doing it. Oh, we're doing it, doing it. A little weird. I think I'm gonna stick with the other one. Okay. I forget something?
I might have. What did I forget? Let's see if it's even triggering it, if it's just ignoring the behaviors. That should do something. But I might have missed something. I usually miss something every time I can do enemy. It's doing it. It's just not doing it.
Oh. It never resets the action. Anytime you have any kind of branch, it has to reset the action, otherwise they'll never do it again. Can't just leave a potential option where it can do, you know, do nothing. Okay, well, it's spawning the long because it's actually shooting itself, which is funny. It does look kind of sinister. Where does fire projectile actually launch from? Oh, there's projectile types. Normal's fine. Projectile arrow, sure. Perfect. Perfect. I mean, I don't know why it fires blood, but you know, I mean, I duplicated a particle that, you know, had blood on it, but still, we getting there. Mostly. Oh yeah, the spawn particles. Probably some kind of fire. Fire. Fire muzzle. There it goes. And then there's like a destruction particle thingy that plays a bunch of times over. I don't really need anything else on this one. I'm just gonna hit destroy on this one. I don't need an extra option on this. Just destroy is good. So super easy to make enemies that are stationary. We're getting there, we're getting there. Why do they put both hands on the same thing? That's weird. Hmm. Just looking at pieces of this doll, so I can like put them on top there, make it look weird and fun. Honestly, I just want eyes and heads mostly. I don't know if I want hands or anything. I considered having eyes right on the on these things here. Hmm. I forgot if I leave it on here, then it's going to sit there and keep messing with the nav mesh, and I don't want that. Because it takes forever then. Why are you hard to click sometimes? It's one of these directions. The rest of them is not really aged either. Kind of decided if I like having a little bit of metal on there, if I like that. I kind of do, just have a bit of difference. But then this one looks all like different too. Instead of using this gear, I should use the other gear. Yeah. Find your base, I guess. Hey, Lepus. Pretty good. I'm making a new contraption. Do not question. Merely accept that new contraption is new. Basically, it's a little cannon that rotates after and tries to, you know, shoot you. Don't spin the base, I think. Well, I guess I could spin the base. So the new enemy does, it's stationary and it rotates towards you and fires cannonballs. And it's made out of garbage. Like pipes, gears, some doll pieces. Perfect. What are you doing, Rando? You're working so much better, now you're just facing over there. I wonder if that gear is rotating it. Is that what's happening? This worked until I added those gears. I figure if every day I can successfully make one new enemy, that's already pretty good. Yeah, that gear was rotating it somehow. But the one in the back of it's fine. You get the Z? I'm gonna go stand up here. I can stand on the Poppet box, that'll do it. Doesn't track Z. So if we're not tracking Z, which one of these tracks Z's? I guess Z only is the one. Actually, wait. This way I'll be able to fire at various heights to make it, you know, where Poppet can't just jump out of the way necessarily as easily. And the enemy's stationary. Okay, it fires up now. Wing. Honestly, it's pretty good for what I need. I don't know if I need to do much else to it. I can just add more stuff to it if I want, but I think the creepy doll head works pretty good with the eyes. Like, I don't think it needs much else there. It looks messed up. The gear on the back works okay. I suppose I could mess a bit with the sides of it, but... It needs an animation or something when it dies or something. I don't think it has one, but... Let's figure something out. I think I'm gonna give him a bunch of health, though. You know, so they take a couple hits. I could imply a variance, too, if I want. Not sure if I want a health variance or if I want things to have fixed health. I'm wondering about that. I programmed it in just in case I wanted it. But in most cases, things are pretty good for what they're at. I might replace the drummers with these, a little like mechanized thingies. That's kind of weird for that area. But the drummers are pretty obnoxious. Or actually, I'll just have multiple types of enemies. I kind of want to go up to like 10 enemies or something for the demo. You know, really just mix it up a bit because there's a lot of space to cover. And, you know, in like the 25 minutes it takes to beat the demo, you have... Let's see, like 4 regular types of enemies, 5 if you count like the one that he spits out, right? Because there's like the little Stitch Voodoos, the little Biteys, actually the regular Voodoo doesn't even show up. The drummers. Wait. Is there only the 3? I think so. And I guess the Annies show up because they get spit out by Patrick. But other than those, I think that's all the enemies that show up. Is that true? I thought there were 4. Am I missing one? This is Bitey, things like that. I mean, there's a mega Bitey, but that's just like a boss thingy.
But later on, the megabytes will be, I'll like make a mini bitey, or a mini megabyte, the mini mega, and make it a regular enemy so I can recycle. It's just supposed to be a tougher enemy anyway. But I don't want to have like boss hit points, or maybe I do. I have wondered if I should have leveling in the game or not. Leveling plus skills. Some reason to fight. Besides money. Pots can give you money though too, so you can always just bash pots and never have to fight. So money seems like a poor reason to do it. Oh no, I just left it. Like I say, it selects the next one. It just gripes with a yellow error later saying, you know, blah, 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 it's not focusable, or you should set this thing enabled, even though that is enabled and the code works. So I just left it. The issue is likely some interaction with the plugin I'm using, so that's why I was like, I wasn't gonna worry too much about it. But since later on I can always like they can always update the plugin and completely fix the problem anyway. But add dialogue had it, but I guess not. Oh, never mind. It's on the widget, not on the blueprint. But it just sets user focus. I tried to just set focus and you get the same error and it still works just the same way. So set user focus is no different than the other. And you're just getting the first option on the scroll box, which does work. And it will set the focus. But when you do that, I think I can set it here. I can just talk right here. I browsed through the Discord, I think for like half an hour on stream, and I just kind of said, whatever this is a problem that's gonna take a long time to solve. But cool. What was caught underneath the thingy? So interact with Tinka. It won't work there because there has to be more than one dialogue option, right? So it won't matter. Not a lot of dialogue on this floor yet. All this to make the controller work. That's not the right one. Here the painting world set up too. I need to do a whole bunch of dialogue. Hasn't been very important because I don't really do a lot of dialogue yet, so. Where did she go? Was it because I was standing where she spawned? Is that the problem? Might flub spawning or something. Oh, I know. I already have her saved, so I can't, let's go to the map. Whatever. She's already been saved. I could undo her being saved. I don't know. Either's fine. This map I can just talk and trigger the arrow, though, very easily. Plus it loads really fast. Works perfectly, right? But then it does this. It's not supposed to focus. You start be as focused as true. It is focusable as true. Like, it's dumb. It is focusable. I don't know. I was trying to figure out for a while. If you don't put that code in there, it doesn't focus and doesn't work. If you put the code in there, it spits this error out that doesn't stop it from working. Which means it's not really an error and Unreal Engine's just being dumb. Like, whenever it's an error that doesn't stop anything from working, it's not an error anymore. It's fine. It's also a yellow error, which is like not even a real error. This is just dumb. But it's focusable set to true. It's focusable set to true. Nav button switch set to focus. So you can click the things, so that's perfect. So there's probably some extra weird command or something to make it work, because these are like UI nav components, and you know, this is UI nav widget, so they're part of that plugin, which is means they're probably behaving in a weird way, and that's why I was like, I gotta look through the stupid Discord, because what would normally work won't work. And I looked through Discord for a while, but I finally just, you know, I was at it for like half an hour. It's just, that's a long time for something that doesn't actually break the game. A long time on stream anyway. Yeah. I haven't found any other way to do it. I don't know why it doesn't smart focus, but focus is just fine, so okay. I guess one thing I can try is I could set the scroll box as the desired focus. And then I can remove this other thing here and see if that makes a difference. So I'll just break that code that I added in. Once again, trying to fuse these systems together can often be quite a challenge. They're not really designed to be fused together easily. And see, it doesn't work now. Like, I literally just doesn't select it. Works with the mouse, of course, but of course now there's no error, but it doesn't work, so who cares, right? That's been the problem. Oops. I've definitely been hitting up that plugin Discord a bunch, and it's just... yeah. I get the feeling there really is just a different widget, no, a different node I need that's specific to this. It's got a lot of its own specific nodes. So I have an idea, maybe? Wait, it's... wait, let me make certain. I can't see exactly what it wanted. It wants... oh, I'm done. Wait. Can you convert to what? PC component. Just UI nav component. So UI nav component. Well, good luck at the doctor. And yeah, I'll find a solution eventually. Like I say, I'm not sweating it incredibly because I really think it's a plugin issue. And whenever you deal with plugin issues, it can take a lot of time. A lot of time to fix this stuff. Because, you know, you just got to figure out what's there. I'm sure there's some dumb solution, though, as always the case. It's usually like a box you need to check somewhere. This looks like it'll at least do that, but casting to this does nothing. So let's just cast to this and say screw the other. That'll set the active widget there. Sure, well, let's leave this where I can see it. Maybe this will work, I don't know. I'll give it a quick, you know, effort just because I have a new thing to try. And we'll see if it's any good. It'd be nice if the controller actually worked for the whole game. Sadly, it does not. Yeah, no work. I'm gonna try this real fast. That's a widget switcher. This isn't a switcher. Where you already have PC component. Wait a minute. Oh, it's a special type of component. Make certain it wasn't one that was already there. Nothing? Okay. Hmm.
We settled on this, didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely something that's just plugin related. Even after that much searching, I still didn't find the answer. Which really just says to me that it's going to be a pretty long road to find an answer to something that doesn't break the game. It mostly provides an error in the editor, which makes me wonder if it even matters. I'll have to try it in the shipped game. If it doesn't matter in the shipped game, I'll just leave it. But it might matter. Maybe the editor makes it work when the other would not. Whatever. I'll tell you about the bug in a second. I'm gonna do a quick bio break. I just drink a bunch of alcohol and yeah, about that.
Alright. So I'll load back up the other maps and show the error off. So doesn't matter where I start because it'll start me right here. The error is pretty simple. When using the controller, I was working on the I finally gave up on it there, but the second time it's focusable and works fine, sure. And these are fine. I made that work, sure. Then when you exit, it then yields this error saying, hey, you know, it does not support focus, even though it seems to. You should set B is user focusable to true, which it already is. And yeah. So and it comes down to right here, this set user focusing like that. But if I take this off and then do it, then when using a control I talk, you click the first one and then the next one's not active. You can't do anything. The mouse still works, but this is a plugin that's doing the thing. Then the error is gone. This is what I added to get the first option in the box and then set it to focus. So the code works, but it says it doesn't with a yellow warning, so that's the problem. I'm using UI and navigation, the plugin thingy, to do all these things, and then custom-made dialogue thing. Yeah, I don't understand why it, he's saying that, but everything I've been checking says it's focusable. And but it could be a bug with UI nav itself, so I'm a little leery about even wasting too much more time on it because I've already burned probably like an hour between last stream and this stream looking at the Discord, trying to see if I could find a solution. And it could just be a bug with it itself, in which case it might just get fixed before this project is even done, in which case I've wasted a bunch of time. But if you know something about focusing things to make it work, I mean, if you have a good idea of how to make it go to the first option in the scroll box, I'm all ears. Both options for setting focus that I've tried, the regular set focus and set user focus, give the same error. So. But it's not an error that breaks the game. It's not particularly super important that I use it either. Or worry about it until later. So instead I was building enemies. Like my new pipe thingy. Yeah. Creepy pipe cannon. Yeah. Yeah, after browsing their things looking for various, nodes that they use for their own specific stuff, because, UINF has a lot of its own nodes. I was like, well, maybe they have the answer, but yeah, the error doesn't happen otherwise. But then, of course, it doesn't set focus, so, the error becomes you're locked in, if you're using the controller. You can't progress the dialogue. I was going to redesign the look of the dialogue, but I got so annoyed at the error that I was like, I don't even care about making the look of the dialogue right now. I'm going to come back to it. Lowers the amount of life hating done in a day. Did I not open the new one? Could have sworn I did.
I think it's calling every single time the option is added, when new one's added, and it's setting the focus again to the first one in the thing. I think that's how I currently have it set. Right, because, yeah, so actually what I could do, technically this makes a little sense the way I'm doing it. It should actually be this at the end of the for loop. That's true. In hindsight. Let's unrescue an NPC so I can talk to him. What are you doing over there? Look at this weird crap. What is going on, Unreal Engine? I mean, seriously, look at that. I can't be the only one seeing this. Happy now? Okay. Unreal Engine's just spazzing out over there. Sometimes Unreal Engine's a little weird. You just kind of nod your head and smile. You're like, okay, it's all good. Maybe this will fix it. Maybe it's setting it so often that it causes a problem? I'm willing to entertain anything at this point, you know? Wait for that person to spawn in. Yep, there you go. Same error. I mean, the code's more efficient now, so it's not like a total net loss, but... And it's saying this does not support focus. Oh, gosh. Could be. I've checked it plenty of times. It is focusable. Sure looks focusable. It is focusable. Yep. So it's definitely set to focusable. And this is what it's adding, these dialogue options. I've just kind of left it as it is for the moment. Out of pure annoyance. I don't care about cleaning that up if I end up changing it a bunch in the future anyway. But yeah, I followed this ultimate dialogue tutorial thingy, and I've been tweaking it and adding a bunch of crap to it because, well, it wasn't very ultimate. It's an okay dialogue system. It's not as good as the original one I had, but that one got discontinued, so at least they can't discontinue my blueprints. Well, they probably won't. Question mark. But yeah, this has kind of been a thorn in my side. I really don't have a good answer for this one. Other than the plugin itself has some sort of special node or a bug. Well, yeah, it's adding them to the options text thingy, so you know, it adds each one of them, adds a child to the options scroll box. So the first child of the box is, there's no other children in the box, right? The options scroll box is, that's it. It has no children, so the very first option would be 0. Since it's an array. I can add it to 1 if you want, but the problem with that is that if there doesn't at least 2 options, it won't work. Gotta love that about arrays. Oh, scroll boxes, vertical boxes, all those work off. 0 being the first. But let's check anyway, you never know. This character's pretty far in down the spawn thingy. But you would normally spawn right here, so I don't really care that much. Yep, see, and now nothing. Nothing, nada, and zip. Only now... access none. Okay. Well, 0 is obviously the right one. I mean, it's the first one in the thing. They're not guaranteed to add more than one dialogue option, but there's definitely a problem with the setting focus. And regular set focus also does the same problem, where you just set focus like this and you set this. Triggers the same error. One could argue this is a better way to do it because it's like one less, you know, thing you gotta add, but this map is getting terrible to test on because it takes so long to boot up due to all the brushes. I need to get rid of the geometry brushes. I have quite a few. They're so heavy. And you can see it's just spitting up the errors as I go. I did. You're the one who suggested I set it to not 0. Like, it doesn't work when I set it to 1, obviously. And I already knew it wouldn't. That was kind of the joke behind it. I already knew it was index 0 because that's how these work. So setting it to 0 is correct. The error is bizarre, but it's just literally grabbing the first one in the scroll box. That's the scroll box starts with, it's an array. It starts with 0. But the reasoning why I have an error there, yeah, you're right. It only has one child. Yeah, I did read it wrong. You're correct. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it has one child, exactly one. The response is only one, which means that only 0 is being filled in. Like if there were 2 of them, then it would be there. But at no point in that conversation is there more than one response. It's just you responding back to him over and over. If I had, 2 responses, then it would be different. But because it reloads everything into the scroll box each time a new option is selected. This map takes so long to boot up. I really need to get rid of the brush issue. That's why I was testing on the other map for this, because it's so slow, this map. There's only one here, and here there's still only one. Yeah, and still once again one. Still one. So the code works, and it didn't work before I added that code. That code just would break on the spot. So what I have is a yellow error, which largely doesn't matter because it works. And no idea what it's going on about. Because apparently it most definitely does support focus. Because it's focusing on it when this is set. It's really dumb. Sure. What can I do? You want me to add more options? I just go to the map will have multiple options if you want. Sure. Can I even get as focusable? Probably not. I cast to it, sure. It's a UI nav widget component. Let's see if I can even get focusable. I can do cast the widget, I guess. It's a little bizarre, but sure. It was only there when I unchecked the one thing, right? When I got rid of context sensitive. Because then it's here, you can get it's focusable. But also you're getting the focusable for the wrong thing. So there's no focusable for this without casting to it. Which is weird because it has focus. Well, here's the thing. No, there's not right because it does say focusable on here. So it does have that. It is set to true. And the code works when it's set to do that. So the engine's wrong if it works and they have it set to those. I think is what it is. It's just not necessarily UI nav component might be the one not to cast to, but I can try the various widgets. Sure, maybe this will work. This won't, I don't know, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe casting to that will help? Let's try this. Sure, sure. Maybe it wants one extra dumb node in here. So the thing is still set to true on there, but okay. Also, this is the wrong thing. So widget dialog is wrong. I need a widget dialog option. So this is the wrong one I'm casting to. That's what I'm doing is casting to the other one there. We'll see if it works anyway. Maybe you're right. I'm casting to basically the parent. So I don't think that's quite what I was hoping to do, but hey, you know, whatever. Oh, wait, I gotta use the controller for this. Yeah, now it's broken. Good news is you won't get the error message, but that's because it's broken, so, you know. What I need is widget dialog option. That one's on me. This widget dialog option is the actual thing we're talking about here. It might have, but it was casting to the wrong thing. Like I said, this is not a widget dialog it's casting to. Widget dialog is the parent here. It's this thing here. And I don't want to cast to this thing. So the mistake was putting in... That was my mistake on that one. I should have remembered that I'm casting to the widget dialog options, which are added in and not the other. I just want to see if this cast to focusable is a thing or not. I mean, it can stay where it is. I might be doing something in a second, but... It is interesting that this doesn't show up unless I cast to the dialog option. Oh, yeah, I didn't... Didn't I? You are correct. Also, I'll print string this too, since that was what you asked originally, and I totally forgot to do that. So you can have a print string on that too. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah. Well, those are usually the I did a dumb and I'll load it up and then go, oh wait, and then have to reload everything because I just did a dumb. Those errors I don't mind too much because that's just my own stupidity. And you know, that happens, but we're right back to the same problem. Ah, that sounds terrible. I've been fixing a lot of errors along the way. I have a list of errors. Good question. True. It did in fact print them. Unfortunately, I'm blocking it. I'll hide me for a moment. As soon as I find where my thing is. Webcam, hide me. That's so weird. I have the ad set to like 3 minutes per hour. The minimum for no pre-roll. Waiting. Still waiting. Alright, I removed my picture so you can should say true. Can you even see them on there? Yeah, you can see the little trues. They're a little blocked off, but you can see a true up there. So it is focusable. I'll keep clicking them. Yeah, so it is focusable. It is saying that is true. Which is weird. But of course the message log is like... And that's what's been so confusing about this error. It's like, it is true. I mean, I guess to be fair, I wasn't casting the widget dialogue, but it didn't change the outcome. It's interesting though, so at least now we know we can get it. So I mean, thanks for at least putting me down that path, because you know, it might prove useful later. Hard to say, but you never know. Could. Any new ideas are good ideas. But because it is a widget dialogue option, that is the child I'm talking about. And this is already set to true, so is there any other focus option on this that I can use? I mean, I can just do a regular set focus instead of set user focus, I suppose. Guess I haven't tried that. Well, at least not after casting to this anyway. So, worth a shot. Maybe it doesn't like user focus. So far, they've both given exactly the same error, so I'm not really hoping too hard, but I might as well exhaust the options. I really do think that it's some specific node that's built for this particular plugin, and I gotta find it, and the documentation isn't very good. So I have no idea what it is yet. That's probably the case. This plugin has a bunch of specific nodes for doing the stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, it's still doing it. Yeah, see, no difference. Other than less code. Guess I'll just, well, I don't want to leave print on. I'm not interested in that, but unless there's any other focus things, or maybe there's an active option. On active widget changed. So be like the player controller can set an active widget. Pretty certain that's how it's set up right now, right? So
Get rid of that because I don't use it. It was like active widget changed or something. I do have this as an option. Focus? I could try this. So. So that's a UI widget object reference too. So this doesn't even work. This is a UI nav component. Yeah, it's a UI nav component. You can't do a UI nav widget because the way this thing works is it automatically navigates to UI nav components, so you don't have to basically program controller to do everything or the keyboard to mouse. Basically, it does all the work for you. It's just that it looks for UI nav components, which are not the same as an active widget, evidently. You can target it as this, but targeting it doesn't do anything because it doesn't have the message thingy, so it's not going to be helpful. Because I don't believe it does. And even if it did, why would I want to set something else as the active widget? It's already on the widget. So hey Bard, how's it going? We have a dumb error. It's dumb because the code works, but it keeps giving an error. But it's a yellow error, so it's like... I don't have a good solution. The code got a little better from the efforts we're trying, but... But basically what happens is when you do the dialogue, if you're using the controller, the first option you select works perfectly fine. Without this code here, it will not set the focus to the next options in the dialogue. But if you put this code in, it will work. However, every time you do any dialogue besides the first one, it will say it does not support focus, use set B as focus true. And it is set to true, we just tested that many times over. And so we're at kind of an impasse where the code works, but Unreal Engine doesn't like it. And will set focus, even though it says it doesn't support it. But it could just be the plugin itself being weird, because it's UI nav that does this, so... I don't know. Anyway, that's why I shelved this particular thing, because I have not found a solution. And I've definitely dicked with it for like an hour over 2 different streams and still found nothing. So instead, I have a new toy. Ooh, toy. I made a new friend. Little stationary cannons made out of gears, pipes, and doll pieces. Ooh. See? This is what happens when you give me pieces of stuff to play with. I keep making stuff. They're like demented Legos in a way. And it works too, it'll fire high too. I don't know if I make it like, you know, do a lot of damage or something like that. Who knows? Maybe, because it's kind of hard to get hit by. I mean, you can always dodge it. It does have pretty good health though, if memory serves. I gave it like 50 health or something. since it can't move. It doesn't have any kind of destruction thingy yet, but since it is just pieces on the thing, I haven't figured out what I was going to do about that. I guess I can make them, like, you know, launch the pieces or something. What's this? What this? Oh, I see, because I put this code here. Yeah, stop that. Yeah, I'm very excited by the new enemy. As soon as I figure out how I'm going to make it, you know, keel over dead, that'll be very helpful. It could just explode, too. But I realized that all my enemies basically jump. So I can't really put them on top of any shelves or anything, so you can't really fight there. So I need, like, stationary enemies that do something. Isn't it? It's so cool. It's just pipes, gears, and some doll pieces with glowing eyes in there. I think having, like, broken doll heads is always going to be pretty good. Basically just a complete, an idea I took from the Alice Madness Returns thing, where they would have a bunch of different faces on things that were just on these, like, black, like, masses that are just kind of, you know, blobs and things. I was like, you know what? That always looks creepy. So yeah, I like them. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about them exploding, though, like how they're gonna die. So maybe on death I just tell it to move a bunch of pieces. Apply gravity to all the pieces. Actually, I think I set physics to true, right? Yeah, simulate physics. Okay, okay, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking. I don't need to say character behaviors anymore. I'm good on that. I redid how my AI is done as well. Yeah, I used to have that other thing there where it had the actions thing, but what I really discovered is that's just dumb. I can just do these on here, and I think the best example I had was this thing here, where instead of having this graph here with all the actions to do things that were, like, very specific, I just went up here and replaced it with just doing it on the thinking graph here, and now it's just like, okay, well, I can move a direction and all this stuff's just here. I don't need all the variables like I previously had, because originally it was, let's see, they looked like, well, I guess the little bitey would probably be a pretty good example. It used to be kind of weird because, you know, for every option like that, it would be a thing that I had to set on here. And it would set the name of what it was going to do, and then it would go through all that, and then down here it would run the stuff based on whatever it found. But this way has a big upside in that I can just go, okay, well, now I can move this direction, then jump, then reset the action. Or I can, you know, like, move, or, like, you know, move attack as part of one action. I can do as many actions as I want before resetting it. Because there's a do once all the way back here, and the reset action just basically sets it once again. I don't technically need current action anymore, I've just left it for the moment. But this plan seems better because the things can get more complicated, and I don't have to have a bunch of, you know, variables that I just are literally just setting these options. I can just, you know, type them in here and see exactly what I want. So it seems cleaner to me. It's a little more vertically annoying because, you know, the things are taller, but seems like a solid plan. All right, so I have an idea. How do I have destroyed set up for this? Let me double check something here. Fire projectile, sure. It just destroys itself at the end, right? I don't have any extra stuff. Well, there's just a when destroyed though, right? So it doesn't matter. I can just use that. Destroyed. Event destroyed. Share. Can I get the child? You know, up until this point, it didn't really occur to me that it really is like a family tree setup. I realized there was the parent and the child, but it just never occurred to me that there would be grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and that's how they would describe each and every, you know, thing underneath the tree thing. I mean, it makes total sense. It just didn't occur to me until this moment. I'm just saying. You may continue with your lives now that I've had this stunning revelation. Yeah, it should just be simulate physics. Why is it not a thing? Am I missing something? I don't know why I want to do it this way, but sure. Um, my plan is to hopefully make all the pieces just fall to the ground. Right? Like it just falls in a heap. And then I don't need an animation. I just have things that just break into heaps, thus saving all kinds of effort. Did not do as expected. Am I forgetting something? I might be forgetting something. Gravity's probably already enabled, right? But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. It is. This. Sure. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's on cast failed. Okay, so we do this. Oh, it's right. Failed on there. It should be all those, in theory. And they are all static meshes, so that's should be what I need to get in order to make it work. Maybe not. This could be genius. I could have so many enemies based on this kind of broken things like that. Maybe a lot of the dolls just, you know, break into pieces when they die, if they're made out of pieces. Not everything, but just the ones that are like pure pieces. I'm supposed to kill that off, right? Alright, so let me get the save this information so I can keep track of it. A lot easier. It failed 3 times and then was good. Wonder why. These 3 are different. But if that's the case, why did the other ones not move though? Like, what am I missing on the gravity thing here? Oh, because I'm a goofball. I forgot to let's just simulate the physics. Smart. It's okay. I'd rather the thing be something I did that was dumb instead of you know, something else. Guessing that makes it easier to keep track of. At these, and then I'll connect all the cords the way they're supposed to be.
Sure. Could also play an explosion thingy on it too. Every night I make one enemy, like the game will be amazing within like 2 months. Like 16 new enemies, Jesus. I wouldn't stream every day though, so it would be less than that probably, but interesting. It does do all that code, but it just destroys it before it matters. I'm dumb. To be uncompleted. It can clean itself up after like 10 seconds or whatever, sure. I might put an alternate thing in the death thingy, an option I can check to make it have an option, a way to, you know, destroy itself. Instead of using all the other stuff. Maybe. It does trigger all this code, but then it destroys itself. It doesn't actually delay itself, so I wonder... It's supposed to trigger on destroyed, so... What am I missing? What's finding them all? Actually, I just have a... No, I'll just use this, it's fine. Fine, well, let me grab multiples at the same time, sure. Oh, I can switch my webcam back. Is it enabled? Okay, so this is supposed to just be a static mesh I'm going to. Oh, there's components every time. That doesn't even work.
I just want to bypass the stuff that's very targeted towards a specific thing. It's just spawning blood and everything on these because there's no real blood to spawn, I don't think. And also at the very end, I don't want to destroy it if it has an alternate death. Actually, I'm gonna skip this whole end part here. Defaults to not, sure. Wait. Sure. Because the parent has the event, now all the children can have the event too. And it'll just override the other one. There we go, pieces fell over. Not all of them, but it did break. That's something, right? It was destroying it too fast. And it failed. Asked actor. I just gotta do this twice because it's doing that, and I can't set this as this because it's not a static. Huh. Can child actors not simulate those? Oh, I probably need to, like... Why didn't all of them launch too? That's the other thing that's questionable. Because 3 of them can't do physics. Doesn't even have the option. I gotta switch my earbuds out here because they are saying battery low a lot. In theory, that should work better. Huh.
Well, mostly fell, but EG gear scene. Doesn't entirely fall. Hey, Happy Rosenrot, how's it going? Some of the pieces fall, but not all of them. Oh, that's annoying. They can shoot you out of the sky. Oh, wow. And think about that. That'll make them really irritating. I guess I could add the chat so you can see the game playing, because the chat takes up a bunch of space on the screen and prevents seeing what's going on. What you doing, pal? Blow 'em up. Who can play at this game? So only some of it actually falls. Not the back gear. Not the front things there. Welcome to my ring of pain. Yeah, I don't know why they don't all fall. Anyway, how's your night or day going, Happy? Hopefully better now that you're watching toys blow each other to tiny bits. I need to institute a delay on this. Run away! Get a screenshot of that so I know what breaks and what doesn't. I mean, it's cool if they break. That's nice. We have evidence that they do in fact break. But they don't really fall apart completely. That's just like a shame. It really seems like they should go and just explode. Explode. And they don't. This makes me sad. Also, it doesn't appear to be triggering these green ones at all. It just gets the gear thingy. It doesn't get all of them. That's because I didn't include all descendants. 1 second. I forgot there's a scene there and it needs children of that, so. They're repeating about too many chores too? That's fair. Well, the good news is that's what Twitch is for. So you can derp in bed and be entertained. Well, hopefully entertained. Hopefully you're rebelling against doing game dev like the rest of us. I did actually get the other ones though, that's good. 1 second and I'll check. I don't know why you can't see chat message. Oh, I mean, I hid the chat in the regular thing. Like, I hid this chat messages. But you can't see ones on the side? Did you, like, hide it or something? Okay. The chat's out to get you. Let no one tell you different. Also, this is the picture I got. A screenshot of what's currently going on the screen. I'm just saying, it's a thing of beauty. Why is it a thing of beauty? Really, why isn't it a thing of beauty? It's just pure nonsense. I'm gonna add it to my Discord. Every once in a while I get a screenshot that's just, you know, all kinds of what happened here. And I love those. It's what I live for. So we got access to the gears. What just happened there? I have so many questions. Somehow I got phased through the floor and wall and thrown a disgusting distance. I don't know how I did that. This is going to be a speedrunner's wet dream. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I did this completely backwards. Good job, me. So I have to go to this one here. And then instead loop it like this. Oh my gosh, do I need to loop it one more time? Oh no. Oh wait, no, that's right. So I gotta go to here. Oh, I have children components or children components. Alright, so looping here, we get the static mesh components. When it's done with that, we want a for each loop to get the child actor components. But because the child actor components have, you know, grandchildren, I have to do a little tweaking here. So yet another for each loop. Round and round we go. And the loop body for this one will get this here. No.
Shasta child actor component. As child actor component. You know, maybe I just tweak these gears to not have a child actor component, and then it won't be a problem, and I can just do for each actor and save myself a lot less code. I'll do that, and then this might be code that's going to move to the NPC itself to destroy itself. This is my test bed because I decided to build an enemy out of crap, like pipes, gears, and like doll pieces, and you know, make it go pop. Well, they're still on a scene. So I still have to get the grandchildren, right? Is that how it worked? Oh, include descendants. Perfect. As child actor component. Now I gotta do it the other way. I'm doing this wrong. Think. For each child actor component, I'd like to... I think I still need the for each on this one, because I need a child actor, and then once it's on the child actor, I have to get all of its static mesh components. Oh, actually, this gets grandchildren. Wait a minute. Do I need this? As is always the case with Unreal Engine, clicking an extra box changes everything. This gets every grandchild. I can probably just do this. Well, it will get all the static meshes on those, so I don't have to worry about that. You know what we're going to do? We're going to solve this by hitting something with a hammer until it explodes. The best way to solve all problems. And of course there's an ad break running. I'm still gonna hit things with a hammer until they explode. They know what they did. Hit it until it dies. So now it doesn't have an error. It does get all of them. It's just that it doesn't matter. Actually, the back gear now falls off, but it doesn't shut off. But still, the back gear falls off. The central gear falls off. So we're getting a little closer to total destruction, which is always the goal, right? There's still like one piece that's just kind of floating in the air, and plus this whole central body is floating in the air. And that just seems like a crying shame to me. But the gear fell off this time, so that's a good sign. Both gears did.
So it's just not getting everything, which is interesting. But I definitely don't need all this crap because it's no longer missing anything for the most part. It also doesn't seem like it's getting everything either. Yeah, it's like it's not getting all of it. Is it just failing to cast you a bunch? Maybe that's the case. Once I have this figured out for one of them, it'll be so easy to do it for all of them. I'll just make it part of the regular code that all the NPCs have so they can have an alternate explode themselves death. For all the machine-based stuff that's made out of pieces. Honestly, just anything made out of pieces. It can be made out of doll pieces too, in which case, you know, it could explode with blood and everything, but still. Oh, there's lots of faileds. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Why does it fail on all those, though? It always fails on exactly the same ones, it looks like. Yeah, I just want everything to fall, so... What are we missing? What is failing here? Eyeballs work, but his head does not. I can't find this head. Why? It's a static mesh component. It's a child of the scene. Fails on the ribbon. Then it fails on... It gets these pipes. All those. Gets curve A. Curve A1. It fails on this four-way for some reason. All this crap is movable. This one works, this one doesn't. I guess I'm technically blocking what's going on the thing, that's fair. I'm just going over the list of the stuff that doesn't work right. Comparing against my list of things on the side here that just is all the stuff that was on the screen. Things like the pipe four-way fail. You know what it probably is? Their collision. We're going to test it with this head here. No, you're project default. Okay, well that ends that concept. I thought entirely it was collision. Oh. Does it have custom collision? Is that a thing? It might be the case. If that's true, then maybe that is the problem. Customized collision.
And then
Questions must be asked here. Many questions. The most questions that have ever been asked should be asked this day.
yeah, they don't even move. Like they're just like completely static. So it's not the special collision. It's just failing to cast to them.
Why does it fail? I mean, it's still better than it was, but failing to cast is so weird. Because they are just another static mesh. I can't think of any reason why it would fail. The eyeballs work. Well, special doesn't make a difference because this had special. Hmm. Consult the internet. Still a component, so Hmm. Actually,
well, it's not an actor. They're all static meshes. And this is an actor, but it gets all those anyway. Ah. Hey, Mike. 10-day RTP jam. Nice, nice, nice. No time to shine. Yes, yes. Oh, I made a new contraption, Mike. Just saying. It's glorious. Trying to make them explode correctly, though. Having not as much luck with that. They explode, but not as well as I want them to. Yep, I made these thingies. Don't they look glorious? Yep. And when you hit them, they explode. But not all the pieces fall yet, and for some reason, some of them fail. I don't know why. But they break. These are awesome because they're made out of pieces in the blueprint. That's all I did. I just started putting pieces together and I was like, oh, look. Now I have a whole new enemy made out of garbage. But the same 6 pieces keep failing for me trying to figure out why I can't move them. And the weirdest part is this back one here, there's already a front one that moves. So I don't know why it's having a problem. Yeah. But see, it's just made out of little pieces. And I'm just like, oh, check it out, pieces. That's fair. Solid plan.
I can do a while end loop. That's true. Actually, it's a end loop. Sorry, end loop. Looperton. Oh, sorry, it's do n, I believe. Oh, I can't type loop. These are harder to find because it's there's so many things that fall under the do end thingy. There we go. There's do end. UN will let me delay pieces being thrown. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe there needs to be a delay. So what are you building, Mike? And why aren't you doing the $1,000 jam? Just saying. Waiting for you. You can make the perfect waifus and win up to $1,000. Or $2,000 if you use Unite. Oh. Though I don't know why you'd use Unite. But, you know, let's just say you wanted to use Unite because you hate yourself or something. You could see that. It starts on the 21st, right? I thought that's what it was. Let's look.
Did it say at the top and I missed it?
Yeah, it begins March 20th. Then I'd have to use it. I'm just saying, like, I'd have to use the engine. I would just rather not because I don't hate myself. Basically, I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think anybody wants to watch RPG Maker for the most part, but there is that whole, well, you have your, you know, your stream in the, in these, it counts as basically a way to display it to a whole bunch of people. So you actually get a lot of traffic, but it's not real traffic. Then I'd have to remember how all that crap even worked. Especially all my plugins. Oh God, that'd be horrible. Nobody want to remember those. Those were terrible. We're so bad. And I'd have to look at code too. Gross. Alright, I gotta look up how well in loop works because I always forget. Yeah, I don't know. Seems kind of like not my goal. Yeah, get loop. Music is so quiet. Why is this music quiet? I hate it. Things I do for the proper explosions. I no longer need this. And at the end of the do end loop, I'm going to want to do this here. Let's just remove that abomination.
It does these things. I guess I can put a delay on each of these. Oof. See. If true, go back and redo it. Undo that. Grabbing the wrong line. This goes into here. We don't reset this one because we don't care. Then we delay and destroy. The old code is dead. Long live the new code. Those same 6 fail. It doesn't seem to matter how I do it.
Hmm. It's weird that it's exactly those 6 every time. The other ones all work perfectly fine. But something about these particular ones will not work. I'm going to make a change here and test something out. Let's just make certain it's not because it's like hitting on it or something, that it's actually just, you know, something about that specifically. So it has nothing to do with its location and everything to do with it just having a problem. Just like this one won't break, but these other ones do. Just like this one works, but this one doesn't. Why does that one work? But like the same thing, and I just duplicated it. They don't appear to have anything different about them. I'm gonna duplicate this ribbon and test something out here. By just simply deleting the old one and seeing if there's just some bizarreness to it that just makes... And look! Now something didn't fail anymore. I swapped out the ribbon, and now the ribbon falls. And I didn't do anything different. Ugh. I literally duplicated it, and it was fine. Let's test again. It's like this one here doesn't move. Well, duplicate it. And delete the old one. That's just weird. And you just have no idea why something does this. And the same 4 had a problem. But the ribbon falls and then one other thing falls. Only now a different one falls and 4 have failed. But they're not the same 4. This time they changed. Because now the pipe thingy worked fine, but...
I just did them in a different order, that's all. So all 3 gears succeed. Eyeballs succeed. We've seen this doesn't move at all. And the head still fails, right? Yeah. Does it need more of a delay? Maybe that's part of the problem. Now even more fails. It's so random what fails. Why? Why does it fail sometimes? Kind of at a loss on this one because he just randomly does it. And usually that's a time issue when something is completely random. But introducing a longer time didn't actually help at all. Actually made more things fail, which is weird. That makes no difference. Sometimes it fails, sometimes it doesn't. Run it back twice, I guess. It's a little weird, but maybe that's necessary to make it happen. I don't know why it would require this, but sure. It would make no sense if this worked. Then not a zip. Zipola. Hmm. And you run it a second time. They're not. Actually, it didn't print string at these other times. I was completed. But didn't run anyway. This leads me to believe that this numbers aren't matching up at all. I switched there. I've only been streaming for like an hour. Oh, never mind. It's, wait. I don't know. Hmm. Still didn't do it. Just always fails. Oh.
I'll take a quick bio break, walk around for a second, and see if I can figure something out here. I don't know. This is bizarre that it would miss those, but changing and duplicating them can mix it all up and make it where some work and some don't. There. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's weird. The session on Twitch says it's really only like
been 18 minutes, but that's the total. I have been streaming for a long time. Since like almost 6 o'clock. So we're looking at like almost 7 hours at this point. Oh, it might have been 6:20, so we're like maybe 6.5 hours. But I wonder why Twitch is like, nah, fam, you've been streaming. Stream duration, if I look at the other thing there, it says 6 hours and 27 minutes. Okay. Huh. Anyway. What did the information say on this? Weird. He's just reporting a bunch of weird information in the background, so I was just double checking to make certain things are actually working correctly, but it looks like they have been. I don't understand what the problem is. Anyway, that seems like the theme of the day. Don't understand what the problem is. Why is the length of this reporting different each time? Is this like already changing every time? Something about my code here has to be very wrong. What is even going on? Caught in something.
Why does it stop? Because it looks like the number's 24. And it counts up, sure. But it stops at 15. Why is it getting 24? Should not it be the same in both locations? Like, that doesn't make sense. The array must somehow change throughout the course of the thing and mess with the numbers, though I don't know how I could lose 9 things. Seems kind of odd. Ugh. Look at how many failed this time. A huge number failed. It said it's so inconsistent, that's the problem. I don't understand why that's inconsistent like this. Seems to have done exactly the same thing. Yeah. Is it because it's a scene? If I don't have a scene, then it'll just try to grab every single one of the actors on there and throw them. Hmm. Just throw everything. Capsules everything, that's what I want. I just run everything on the entire thing, I might not even care. I didn't include Descendants, oops. Gotta include Descendants. Even with all of them, those same ones fail.
I forgot the code to get the backward stuff, so I'll just look it up. I'll also just face away from the character, but I just want to see if it throws him. Right. Didn't exactly launch him, did it? Man, I don't understand this one at all. Can they actually use this still? No. I didn't think so. It appears to do nothing, but what I can do is this here. And just get rid of this crap, because it seems like it's a meaningless thing. might make more enemies and just come back to this because it's just so bizarre and weird, and I'm missing something that just is time related or just something that it has to be something random. And it's random things in this usually are time related. Whenever you can't, I mean, it's still consistently doing the same result though. Once I make a change, it changes the result to a consistent result. The result's always weird and inconsistent, but I mean, that worked, kinda. What's the name? Why did I list the names of things that are failing? That's stupid. It should be listing the names that failed as well. Counters appear to be counting just fine, so we're not too worried about them. I can probably just get rid of that crap. I'm gonna lock into the delay even on a fail. But the white ones just say failed. I have no idea why I even need to say the other. I can just say this and skip. There's no need not to. I get that the white ones are failures. The launch doesn't even work. You know, the child ones don't really make any sense anyway. I don't even know why I'm getting the other. I just don't want to test it, but I think that the simple reality is that's not the one I actually need. Yeah, it's like it's just not finding them. Before I do that though, let me do this. This here. We'll get the name here and I can say things too.
Might go on the list of weird screwed up things. But hopefully I can figure out later. Lots of careful consideration of discords. Why am I running around? I need to break these. It's a lot of blank spaces. Like, it's just not outright even seeing them. They just don't exist to it. But sometimes they do. I'm gonna check one more thing and then I'm just gonna shelve it for the moment. I'll come up with a better solution. No child option. Alright, well, then I have a different strat. I have no idea what's causing this problem. So, let's just go around the problem for now. I get a screenshot from my Discord of the enemies. All right, zoom in a bit. Oh. Been always the wrong picture. Got checked. Saturday morning at this point. Okay. Because I got nothing useful to do tomorrow. That's good. I don't know how late I'll stream, but 8 hours is almost always about the most I want to do, but I might make more hype monstrosities. I can set up all kinds of weird junk that assembles for everything. These enemies work. I mean, they're not like, you know, perfect, but they're probably better than the drummers for most things, and I could probably put them in the other room, the magician room, and they're going to be a little better. Probably some additional sound effects or something, maybe. So I can put them in some of these places, such as, you know, up here. It's like bird turrets. No. I copied the pipe monstrosity, or pipe attraction, but I might make it where they have like a 3,000 range. I'm going to put them in weird places. It might be more fun to give them like a better range.
double jump. Nice. How about that? Whoa. They're interesting. I'll give them that. Um. Anyway, I think I'll call it for the night. It's been like 7 hours, and I'll just stream tomorrow. Because why not? I don't have any real plans tomorrow, so unless something comes up, I might as well do that. And kind of this the list of things that need to be fixed. And yeah, there's a few things that need to be fixed. I added a bug. We're on death. Oh yeah. Sounds like something to plan for tomorrow. Oh, anyway, I'll catch everyone later. Have fun.